Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. We are about to start. It is now 9:11. We do invite all delegations to take their seats, please. We will start within the next 30 seconds. So please, all delegations, you may take your seats now so that we can begin. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished delegates and participants. Welcome to the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee of the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, we're going to have the opening ceremony will be led by opening remarks statement from Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Senator Dr. the Honorable Kennedy Swaratson, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Honorable Kennedy Swaratson, Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago and Chair of the CDCC, distinguished delegates, distinguished ministers, representatives from the Diplomatic Corps accredited in Trinidad and Tobago, colleagues from the UN system, colleagues from ECLAC, international organizations, regional organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone. It is a great pleasure and honor to be in Trinidad and Tobago to participate in this important 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the CDCC. I would like to express ECLAC's profound condolences and solidarity with the government and people of Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos Islands, and Bermuda, where Hurricane Melissa caused loss of life and significant damages and losses. Jamaica, in particular, has been very badly affected by the hurricane. ECLAC, along with our partners, have already conducted a damage and loss assessment of the impacts on Jamaica and is in the process of preparing the report to present to the government. I pledge our continued support to the affected countries. This year, ECLAC, Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, marks a significant milestone, 50 years in existence. This presents a momentous opportunity for stock-taking to assess what we have done well, and where we can improve, to deliver better research and technical cooperation for our stakeholders in the Caribbean. And as we discussed yesterday, the facilitating role of contacts, and as the Minister emphasized, I think is something that would be a major function that we can strengthen in terms of South-South cooperation and also relationships between Latin America and the Caribbean region. Yesterday's seminar provided rich food for thought on how the Caribbean could leverage South-South cooperation to do this. We highlighted a number of very important subjects, the whole issue of growth and productive transformation, which is, of course, insufficient in many countries and seeds, and is essential to increase living standards. Not fully adequate productive development policies. I think it became clear yesterday that there is room for improvement in a new generation, as we are calling it, of productive development policies that really has key strategic bets in sectors such as modern services, of course, agriculture, of course, tourism, but in that there is a lot of knowledge already in the Caribbean, et cetera, et cetera. It's very clear now that under the new conditions of geopolitics and geoeconomics, even developed countries that didn't do industrial or productive development policies, or at least they said that they didn't do, now they're doing it very, very strongly. So I think, and this is an area in which we at ECLAC are doing a tremendous amount of work, including a new publication, a new flagship, which is called the Panorama of Productive Development Policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. All the issue of data and cross-cutting AI-enabled solutions and digital transformation, from telemedicine to tourism, education, e-commerce, disaster risk reduction, this can be applied in many, many sectors. The severe impact of climate change and natural disasters, of course, was discussed extensively yesterday, and we all know how it profoundly affects this region. Another issue that we discussed yesterday is the investment in digital transformation, key technologies of the future. And a final challenge, to mention just a few, is a shortage of appropriate low concessional financing to fund vital development infrastructure, productive activities, and to invest in upgrading important institutions. I want to make a reflection here, because I think when we do the list of what needs to be done, I think we can agree, and each country can prioritize the what's and the list of aspirations. But I think the big challenge, and this is not just in the Caribbean, it's in Latin America, is having the governance, the political will combined with the governance and the coordination. And this was the topic of your final thoughts, Minister, yesterday, and I fully agree that sometimes the headwinds and the obstacles come not from not knowing what to do, not from not having programs and plans or even the experts to work on that area, but the capacity, the leadership, the coordination instances, also among different ministries. Sometimes, we have this syndrome of working in silos and very, very difficult to break. There's sometimes no more difficult thing than doing things in a different way, thinking out of the box, but also acting out of the boxes that sometimes the bureaucratic divisions define. So yesterday we focused on the opportunities for the region, on the many tangible and intangible assets of the region. There's no doubt that there are many assets, and that South-South and triangular cooperation can build on this. But again, it's not just the South-South cooperation. One has to have the national capacities and the organization to be able to really leverage these assets, to have the right strategies, to have the capacity to be interlocutors with the countries that can help you, or the development banks, or the UN system, or other institutions that can be helpful. We highlighted the critical convening role of ECLAC as a platform for policy advice and dialogue, as well as a fountain of technical assistance and capacity building. Moreover, delegates also provided key examples of best practices in South-South cooperation. There were many examples mentioned: the water management partnership in Brazil, the China-CELAC FAO Digital Agricultural Plan. The Afrexim Bank has allocated $3 billion to key development projects in energy, education, tourism, and other sectors in the Caribbean. This year's MOMCOM will discuss key issues, including the standout issue of how the sub-region can improve the official statistics and data to strengthen resilience and development. As you know, statistics is one of the strongest area of ECLAC. We have all the census data of all the countries, all the household surveys and many other surveys, and we have capacities to advise and do advise countries on census, on surveys. We are the curators, if you like, of the statistical series for monitoring the SDGs, et cetera, et cetera. So I really invite you to request, and we'll be happy to provide the statistical capacities of ECLAC, because we are acutely aware, because we produce the comparative statistics. I'm frustrated when in some of our reports the comparative figures for the Caribbean do not appear, and I ask, why is this? Well, because there aren't comparative statistics, because there aren't surveys enough, and so on. So this is an area where we could be very helpful. It is essential for, empirically based policy making. It will be fantastic to really be able to monitor and look in a comparative way at the Caribbean, and I think will be important for your governance and decision making. We live in a knowledge and information age. This is like the gold in the past. This is the goal of the 21st century. Moreover, in small, vulnerable states such as ours, it is even more important to harness data, including real-time data, decision-making. And given the multiple challenges of development, this is an imperative to really modernize production and dissemination of high-quality official data and statistics. Now, how can the Caribbean upgrade data systems for development? There are a number of practical measures that I could mention. First, the sub-region needs to modernize its statistical legislation and governance systems to foster a culture of independence, access to administrative data, and improve data protection. Indeed, the CARICOM Regional Strategy for the Development Statistics 2019-2030 already addresses some of these issues. Secondly, the sub-region must upgrade its data and information infrastructure by including digital and other tools. The goal should be to build a seamless, integrated statistical system that links various types of data, such as surveys, civil and administrative records, tax records, and social protection records. Crucially, the sub-region needs to scale up investment in geospatial technologies to upgrade hazard mapping, early warning systems, and monitoring of coastal land use and risk factors to critical infrastructure such as major roads, airports, and ports. Furthermore, the Caribbean must close data gaps relating to disaster risk and resilience. Now, what, might you ask, has ECLAC been doing and can do in the future to facilitate data development in the Caribbean? Well, our regional headquarters here in Port of Spain is currently implementing a development account project aimed at strengthening the capacity to design and implement policies to enhance resilience in Caribbean seas. Under this project, ECLAC is carrying out national capacity building workshops on statistical analysis in countries including Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, and Suriname. We have also provided technical assistance and training on climate indicators for monitoring SDG 13, and crucially, ECLAC Port of Spain Caribbean Knowledge Management Center serves as a vital information and knowledge hub for the sub-region, driving digitalization, data, and ICTs for development. To continue strengthening the work that ECLAC is carrying out in support of the Caribbean narrative, it would be helpful to deepen our access to more detailed data, including microdata. This would allow the Commission to reflect the sub-region's realities with greater nuance and comparability in our analysis and discussions, and to ensure that Caribbean perspectives are even more visible within the regional and global deliberations. Delegates, as the CDCC turns 50 this year, we must seriously consider the progress we have made and how we might reinvent the institution to meet the thorny challenges of the present and the future. It is indisputable that the CDCC has been a boon for Caribbean development and for strengthening cooperation with Latin America. Since its inception, the CDCC has provided much-needed technical assistance, promoted regional cooperation, and acted as a platform for a unified voice in Latin America. Concrete achievements of the CDCC include the creation of the first formal UN platform to address the peculiar needs of the Caribbean seas with a focus on trade and regional cooperation, capability building in critical areas, and vulnerability. Secondly, the CDCC has also been a forerunner in strengthening statistical capacity. Third, ECLAC, through the CDCC, has been instrumental in institutionalizing the damage and loss assessment, the DALA methodology across the sub-region. This has enabled the Caribbean to harness post-disaster recovery and reconstruction, financing and technical assistance, thanks to the credibility the assessments bring. Also, the recommendations for resilient reconstruction have provided useful guides for updated development planning. And fourth, the CDCC has helped Caribbean countries coordinate their positions in the 2030 agenda by providing timely technical assistance on SDG mainstreaming into national development plans, advancing gender equality through these gender equality observatories, the design of social protection system, and population and demographic analysis. Nevertheless, delegates, as we know, the global environment has become more challenging for SIDS, actually for the whole of the Global South. The UN itself is going through a period of adjustment marked by staff cuts and retrenchment aimed at right-sizing the organization. In this environment, the CDCC must also reform to remain relevant. I would like to propose 4 important areas of reform. First, the CDCC must strategically position itself as the main vehicle for advancing productive development policies, structural transformation, and innovative growth strategies in the Caribbean. This is absolutely essential. This is in line with one of the 3 traps that we have been pointing out in ECLAC, the trap of low capacity to grow that characterizes many countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. So in this line, it must produce cutting-edge research and technical assistance on value chain upgrading, especially in the green, blue, orange, and digital economies. It must promote innovation and technological upgrading and productive integration of the Caribbean with Central and South America. These are crucial for driving competitiveness and growing high value-added exports to relieve the foreign exchange constraint in the Caribbean economies, to create jobs and to increase living standards. Secondly, the CDCC must also position itself as a center of excellence in facilitating integration and cooperation across Latin America and the Caribbean. It should promote production of service sharing agreements and joint institution building in key areas such as education, skills exchanges, joint R&D and problem-solving research, the digitalization of ports and customs agencies, trade facilitation in general, the joint procurement of pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, the creation of digital health systems, and also cooperation in new areas of public goods, such as the management of biodiversity. And I think a great service that the CDCC can provide here is ensuring that these are not just individual projects or individual consultancies, but that there is a permanent dialogue and permanent operations of accompanying the programs of the different Caribbean countries. Third, in addition, CDCC must invest in becoming the Caribbean central hub for high-quality regional data-related public infrastructure. We already emphasized that quite a lot, but certainly is a major line, major priority. And finally, the CDCC can help us strengthen the visibility and influence of the Caribbean narrative within ECLAC and the UN system by positioning the sub-region's priorities more prominently across the Commission's analytical policy and intergovernmental work. This entails reinforcing the CDCC's role as a convening body that elevates Caribbean perspectives in regional and global fora, promoting more systematic integration of Caribbean evidence and viewpoints into ECLAC's flagship publications. Believe me, we do every effort, but sometimes precisely the statistics are an obstacle to have more visibility, more comparative figures around the Caribbean with the rest of Latin American countries. And this includes the full operationalization of the MBI, the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, enhanced debt swap mechanisms and reforms to the international financial architecture. Delegates, I'm very happy that a section of the program today has been allocated to allow you to reflect on the role of CDCC in supporting your countries, and this is why I have extended myself with a few ideas, food for thought for you, and to indicate how it can better serve your interest in the future. This is the type of sharing and partnering that I am keen to promote as we seek to better integrate our two regions. I will continue to advocate strongly for the role of the CDCC as regional coordination mechanism for linking Latin America and the Caribbean, and to strengthen partnerships with institutions including CARICOM, the OECS, and CELAC. We will also strengthen our coordination with the UN resident coordinators' offices to consolidate joint positions and knowledge sharing. During today's meeting, the director of ECLAC, Yosot is here, will also present ECLAC's recent work program and provide you with the opportunity to discuss key research and technical assistance. Finally, delegates, as we embark on our discussions today, let us try to center on the concerns of our people and the need to work to ensure a better life for all while preserving our natural environment, cultural heritage, and who we are as a people. I wish you a CDCC rich with new ideas and insights that can set us on our way to tackling these seminal challenges, and perhaps finalize, reiterating once again, because we see it throughout Latin America and everywhere, the political polarization, the divisions, the zigzagging between governments that do not allow cumulative results. Development, be it social, be it productive, be it in health, be it in education, is a cumulative process. Countries cannot just be zigzagging one government to another. One of the concerns that we have is to have strong institutions that ensure continuity and that can really make, development is a 2 decades, 3 decades, even the fastest growing Asian countries took 3 to 4 decades of continuous efforts in different administrations. So I really finish with a call for all of you, for all of us to think about this. This is one of the areas in which ECLAC is pursuing, is emphasizing, research, is emphasizing in the House. And we're, as I said in one of my speeches yesterday, we're looking the answer to the House in the governance arrangements, in the coordination arrangements, in the top capacities of institutions, in the spaces for social dialogue, the role of the private sector and civil society. All of this needs continued efforts, all of this needs continuity. Otherwise, as you said, Minister, we're going to be here not 1 year on, 2 years on, 5 years on, and we're going to be discussing the same things. So let's make sure we're not going to be discussing the same things, and we will be celebrating the progress that we can do together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. And now I pass the floor to the Minister Sarautzin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, and again, thank you for being here today. Your Excellency, let me again warmly welcome you to Trinidad and thank you for your contribution and for your words this morning. Distinguished ministers, excellencies, representatives, and delegations online, and all other distinguished guests, good morning. Many of you who know me know how I hate reading prepared remarks. And unfortunately, at these sessions, I'm saddled with this over and over. But permit me to make a few comments before I start my remarks. First of all, I want to acknowledge the vice chairs. I failed to do that yesterday, and to thank them for their tremendous support. BVI, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Kitts. Thank you guys very, very much. And just to say that later on this afternoon at 1:30 I have to be in the Parliament to pilot a finance bill. As you know, I'm Minister of Planning, but I'm also Minister in the Ministry of Finance. So all finance matters in the Senate, I have to lead off the debate. And because I'll be leading the debate, I would not be able to return this afternoon. So I want to thank the vice chairs in particular, but all of you for being here today. Also, I wish to thank the ministry's staff. The staff at Planning, Economic Affairs and Development have been tremendous support to, as you may know, over the last 2 weeks we have hosted 2 conferences here, and they have done all the work to to support me in that venture. And I want to thank them in particular today, and to thank those, the staff at ECLAC and the UN agencies who are here resident in Port of Spain. Thank you all very, very much. I also want to take a page out of the Secretary General's book. My Prime Minister sends her greetings and her best wishes to you, and to thank you for being in Port of Spain. Now is a wonderful time in Trinidad because, Trinidad is a very special place at Christmas time. So I hope you get to enjoy a little bit of the Christmas festivities and feeling in Port of Spain. I am from a traditional Christmas village here in Trinidad. I'm from St. Joseph, San Jose, and I grew up, of course, playing a lot of parang. So if you want to join me anytime on a weekend for parang line, you're more than welcome. But my Prime Minister sends her greetings, especially to ECLAC, because this Prime Minister, in light of what the Secretary General said, she uses a lot of the data that and statistics. In fact, I'm in my debate this evening with the finance bill, I'll be using the economic survey of ECLAC for 2025 as part of my material for the debate. But this government used a lot of data in its policy formulations, and my Prime Minister is an advert reader of the data produced by ECLAC and uses a lot of that data. She's used it, in fact, when she was Prime Minister in 2010, 2015, when she was opposition leader, and she uses it quite frequently now as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. I also want to, again, in the light of what the Secretary General said, one of the things that sometimes I think we are not often able to do as Caribbean states, and something that I think Benito pointed out to me when we were preparing for these meetings, is that we oftentimes do not allow our voices as Caribbean countries to be heard loud enough in international fora. And I think that has also begun to change somewhat. But also I think more importantly, we need to reflect a greater political will to do some of the things that I think we want to do. So I need to kind of put that in context of what we're trying to accomplish here today. So it is my distinct honor to address you on the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, MONCOM, here in Port of Spain. This wonderful city at this time of Christmas. We are the crossroads of Caribbean culture, and we in Trinidad try to be relevant to the collaboration and conversation as we chart a new course for regional progress. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the importance of regional collaboration and the vital role our committee plays in advancing the shared aspirations of Caribbean nations. The work of the CDCC continues to be a cornerstone for promoting sustainable development, economic resilience, and social progress throughout our region. Over the years, the MONCOM has demonstrated its commitment to fostering dialogue, monitoring progress, and ensuring the effective implementation of our collective objectives. Our journey has not been without challenges, ranging from natural disasters to economic shocks. However, through determination, partnerships, and innovation, we can and will achieve significant milestones. Today, we affirm our dedication to build on our successes and address the evolving needs of our member states. This session provides us with a valuable opportunity to review our ongoing projects, assess the impact of our initiatives, and strengthen the mechanism that underpin our cooperation, especially in the South Cooperation Framework. And this is profoundly significant for small and developing states, as it offers crucial peer-led mechanisms to address this unique opportunity and the vulnerabilities therein, such as climate change and economic shocks, as these impact us in a number of ways. It is an indispensable complement to traditional North-South cooperation, providing context, specific, and innovative solutions. The countries of the Global South work together to strengthen institutions, enhance governance, and ensure access to justice. They also coordinate on policy matters and advocate for shared interests on the global stage. as outlined in key frameworks like the Samoa Pathway and the new Antigua and Bermuda Agenda for SIDS, referred to as ABAS, which coincidentally was also hosted just last week right here in Port of Spain. At its core, South-South cooperation is an expression of solidarity and mutual respect, allowing SIDS to work together to achieve self-reliance and shape our own development agendas, free from external interference. This collective action approach is vital for achieving the global sustainable development goals and ensuring no island, no nation is left behind. We are bound by shared aspirations for prosperity, resilience, and future where every person has the chance to thrive. The key to unlocking this future lies not just in our natural resources or human capital, but in a powerful cross-cutting force that transcends physical borders and institutional silos. And let me just pause a moment. One of the things that my Prime Minister did when we came into government, because of the silos that traditionally impact the bureaucracy of the public sector, she created two important clusters, my apologies, to deal with silos. One is a cluster in the finance sector, where as Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, I'm also Minister in the Ministry of Finance, and the Minister of Finance is the Minister in the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development. Together with the Minister of Trade, the three of us form an economic cluster, and we meet every week to ensure that we translate government policies and determine the economic direction as a group, as a team. And the other cluster, of course, the Prime Minister created is one of national security. Traditionally, as you know, economic and issues of security goes hand in hand. One impact the other both positively and negatively. And in the space of national security, she disaggregated the workflows and created separate ministries, because national security, if I were to tell you that over the last 10, 15, probably 17 or 18 years, we would have spent over $73 billion in national security in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the amount of money we have spent. And that is one of the reasons why this Prime Minister has had the courage to make some very hard decisions. So in disaggregating across national security, she created several ministries as opposed to one super ministry: Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Homeland Security, Ministry of Defense, and together with Legal Affairs and the Office of the Attorney General, and brought focused attention on specific areas of national security. All of that is designed to help us in government, Trinidad and Tobago, to work seamlessly, to minimize silos, and to ensure that bureaucracy does not get in the way of implementation. But I say that as an example of how oftentimes we need to work not just across a single government, but across the tapestry of our collective regions. This is not a mere technical upgrade. It is a strategic imperative. The digital revolution offers us an unprecedented opportunity to accelerate regional integration, a goal we have long pursued while we fundamentally strengthen institutional capacity that govern our societies. By leveraging technologies and working to reduce silos, we can create a functional digital single market. Imagine a small business owner in Jamaica selling handcraft goods to a customer in Argentina, with the same ease as selling locally. Imagine a developer in Brazil collaborating seamlessly with research teams in Barbados. This future requires us to move beyond fragmented national policies. We need harmonized data protection laws, standardized e-commerce regulations, and robust, interoperable digital payment systems. When I came into government, one of the first things I did, under the guidance and the direction of the Prime Minister, is that I converted our innovation organization into a national payment center. And that was done in 3 months with us coming into government. So today we have a National Payments and Innovation Center of Trinidad and Tobago that can work seamlessly across government and, of course, across borders. This future requires us to move beyond and create new platforms like UN ECLAC's agenda, coordinated by ECLAC. UN's ELAC agenda, coordinated by ECLAC, provide the essential dialogue to forge this consensus. When our digital rules align, our economies integrate naturally, creating economies of scale that attract greater investments and foster innovation. Technology provides us with the tools to modernize our public sectors, making them more efficient, transparent, and responsive to the needs of our people. For our Caribbean nations, where climate change poses an existential threat, digital resilience is physical resilience. Robust interconnected digital network provide essential communication and data backup during hurricane and other extreme weather events. However, to do so will require significant investment. And again, let me pause here. This is my finance hat, and I know my friends from CAF and other agencies are here. Over the last 10 years or so, our debt to GDP in Trinidad and Tobago is significantly high. Fiscal space to borrow is significantly reduced, and therefore we have to find new and innovative ways to fund programs in Trinidad and Tobago, and I think across the entire Caribbean. The same holds true. In Trinidad, 94 cents of every dollar goes into transfers, subsidies, pensions, salaries, debt repayment. Only 6 cents of every dollar goes in infrastructure. We need, and many of our islands, Jamaica has done a fantastic job in reducing in creating fiscal space and reducing their overall sovereign debt. We need to find much greater innovative ways to take some of our sovereign opportunities and pass it on to the private sector. Create new operating models that will allow the private sector to come and be a partner of of developing economic growth and international cooperation. If I were to ask one thing of you, it is to find one or two projects across our collective regions that we can actually get done and implement. And a lot of it would rely on the investment space that we create to facilitate the kind of cooperation and inputs that we need. Because government alone in Trinidad, we have tried it. Government alone can't do it. And where governments have tried to do it alone, they have consistently failed. It is not a sustainable model, and therefore this Prime Minister has mandated this cluster that I'm in finance and economic affairs, to find new ways to integrate and to create greater growth on the non-energy sector of Trinidad and Tobago. As you know, our hydrocarbon economy, while it contributes 30% of GDP, is over 70% of our export initiatives. So we need to find greater ways to increase the contribution of other aspects of our economy to exports. For years, Latin America and the Caribbean have been caught in a vicious cycle. We are among the most vulnerable regions in the world, yet we receive a disproportionately small share of global climate finance. When funding does arrive, it often comes as loans rather than grants, trapping countries in a cycle of debt that leaves less and less fiscal space for climate action or essential social services. Many nations are now spending more on debt interest than on climate or social investments, even as our economies risk significant per capita GDP losses from climate impacts. We must refuse to accept this cycle. The good news is that we are not passive victims. We have the power to create our own solutions by mobilizing both public and private finance. We need a system that recognizes vulnerability, not just income levels, when allocating resources. We must use our collective voice to ensure that developed nations honor their climate finance commitment and that funding is accessible, equitable, and delivered with urgency. ECLAC reports that climate action can help the region overcome development traps like low growth and inequality, while creating jobs and boosting its global standing. The technical assistance provided by the ECLAC sub-regional headquarters in areas such as disaster loss assessment methodologies, e-government systems, and national trade policies have been invaluable in building the capacity of our governments. Our task now is to ensure these tools are maximized and our shared experiences are effectively leveraged across the entire Caribbean community. Let us use this meeting to foster a new era of proactive collaboration. We need strong institutions working together seamlessly to articulate Latin America and the Caribbean's position on the global stage and implement sustainable development initiatives that leaves no island or no country behind. I look forward to productive deliberations, insightful discussions, and most importantly, concrete and actionable recommendations that will truly unlock the potential of our remarkable Caribbean region. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister and the Executive Secretary for their opening remarks. This meeting offers us a valuable opportunity to review progress, identify challenges, and strengthen the mechanisms that support evidence-based policy making. In the spirit of the United Nations, we gather here to promote collaboration, transparency, and the collective construction of solutions that leave no one behind. I now pass the floor to the Senator, the Honorable Minister Kennedy Swaratson. I take my time with, yeah, I'm going to get it. Chair of the CDCC, who will lead us through the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning again. Distinguished delegates, I take this opportunity to remind you that the Bureau elected during the 30th session of the CDCC continues to serve this 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee. And again, let me reiterate, I wish to therefore acknowledge and thank the Vice Chairs, the British Virgin Islands, Jamaica, St. Lucia, and the Rapporteur, St. Kitts and Nevis. So let us now proceed to the adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda and annotated provisional agenda of the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the CDCC are contained in documents LC-MCCD-CC.22-1 and LC-MCCD-CC.22-2, respectively. I wish to draw your attention to a change in the annotated provisional agenda, LCC-MCCD-CC.22-2. In agenda item 4, instead of 2 presentations, there will be 1 presentation, which will focus on opportunities to leverage the production, dissemination, and use of quality official data and statistics to promote national development. Aside from this change, are there any suggestions for change to the agendas proposed in these documents? If there are no comments, the agenda is adopted and we proceed to the consideration of procedural matters and organization of work. You have before you the preliminary program, and I would like to propose that the meeting proceed as outlined in this document. If there are no objection, it is so decided. Delegates, given the full agenda and in the interest of time, I propose to forego the presentation of Rapporteur's report at the end of this meeting. Instead of the Secretariat, following consultation of Rapporteur, will circulate the draft report to the delegations of all member states and associate members no later than Tuesday, 16th of December. Governments will have 3 days to review and return in writing any questions or suggested amendments to the Secretariat. The report of this meeting will be approved on a no objection basis, and if no amendments are received at this time. The report of this meeting will therefore be considered final on Monday, the 22nd of December. Can I take it that the meeting agrees to proceed as proposed? Thank you. So decided. We now turn our attention to agenda item 3, unlocking Caribbean potential, enhancing growth and development through South-South cooperation. Delegates, the small and vulnerable nations of the Caribbean face an ever-growing number of risks exacerbated by the pandemic and now by multilateral uncertainty. However, through South-South cooperation, the opportunities to deepen synergies, foster growth and sustainable development, and create avenues for structural change and diversification of our region. To provide us with a summary of our discussion yesterday around these critical issues, I'm pleased to be joined by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Sustainable Development of St. Kitts and Nevis, Mrs. Shirlita Dorr-Tyson. Ms. Dorr-Tyson, please take the floor. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Minister. Distinguished ministers, excellencies, ambassadors, representative of member states, esteemed panelists, development partners, other stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is my privilege to report on the highlights, findings, and major recommendations coming out of the high-level seminar on unlocking Caribbean potential, enhancing growth and development through South-South cooperation that was held yesterday, 8th December 2025. The presentations, questions, and dialogue undertaken across the three panels on South-South cooperation, financing for development, and digital transformation, respectively, underscore the urgency of leveraging South-South cooperation to unlock growth and development potential. Panel 1 addressed the issue of leveraging South-South cooperation, SSC, as a catalyst for unlocking Caribbean potential for sustainable growth and development, establishing the urgent need for deepening cooperation between the Caribbean and Latin America. The moderator, Special Envoy of the Premier of the BVI, identified shifts in global development priorities and called for an inclusive, regionally driven approach, whereby the Caribbean's unique needs and perspectives shape broader regional agendas. The Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago emphasized the necessity of harnessing competitive advantages and converting structural constraints into drivers for inclusive and resilient growth, facilitated by purposeful South-South cooperation. He proposed concrete modalities, including the development of regional project pipelines, joint investment platforms, and targeted triangular cooperation, particularly to enhance access to climate finance and to address the specific vulnerabilities of small island developing states. He advocated for strengthening institutional capacity and fostering shared public goods, such as digital platforms and infrastructure. The Ambassador of Mexico to Trinidad and Tobago underscored the centrality of international cooperation for development within its foreign policy, emphasizing its dual role as both beneficiary and provider of South-South cooperation. He reaffirmed the importance of multi-dimensional criteria, including metrics of inequality and human development, in determining eligibility for development assistance, moving beyond GDP per capita as the sole indicator. He highlighted a range of cooperation initiatives with Caribbean partners, addressing critical areas such as food security, agriculture, water management, disaster risk reduction, public health, and institutional strengthening. Brazil's ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago reaffirmed Brazil's long-standing commitment to South-South cooperation, grounded in principles of horizontality, non-conditionality, and mutual benefit. She described Brazil's partnership with the Caribbean through regional and bilateral initiatives coordinated by the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, focusing on priority areas such as food security, climate change, energy transition, disaster risk management, and digital connectivity. Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development, AGCID, and Chair of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, reiterated Chile's commitment to South-South and triangular cooperation, highlighting the nation's dual role as both provider and recipient of development cooperation. He called for a multidimensional approach to determining development status and eligibility, transcending GDP per capita alone. He also detailed long-standing Chilean support for the Caribbean, including capacity building, disaster risk reduction, and technical assistance, and announced the imminent signing of an MOU with CARICOM to formalize a demand-driven, partnership-based framework for cooperation aligned with regional priorities. Interventions and discussions on Panel 1. The High Commission of Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago stressed the significance of South-South cooperation for regional integration and resilience, citing partnerships with Nigeria, China, and India. In addition, the representative of Dominica shared lessons from Hurricane Maria, advocating for climate resilience and technical assistance. Further, the representative of Grenada outlined the importance of data collection and training for post-disaster recovery. The Bahamas and Antigua emphasized the need for multilateral support and the Antigua Agenda for Small Island Developing States, SIDS. ECLAC's role in fostering regional cooperation was commended. Panel 2, Financing for Development, Finding Ways to Increase the Caribbean's Access to Climate Finance and Other Innovative Financing for Development Mechanisms. Panel 2 was preceded by a keynote address delivered by Executive Director of the Nature Bank. Dr. Hyginus Leon's pioneering ideology, which underpins the SIDS-centered Nature Bank, has the potential to transform the way projects are considered by governments and institutional leaders. He noted that the Caribbean's development challenge lies within 3 interconnected crises. Firstly, intensifying climate impacts, constrained access to affordable finance due to high debt and middle-income classification, and a systems crisis in which traditional policy and financing tools are poorly suited to the complex and non-linear risks the region faces. He described this disconnect as a paradigm gap, where analytical and financial frameworks built for a different era are being applied to systematic challenges that behave very differently. Incremental interventions are insufficient because they do not change the underlying structure of risk. He argued for a shift from GDP-driven, flow-based measures of progress to a focus on comprehensive wealth across human, natural, social, and produce capital, noting that the goal must be to regenerate wealth faster than it is being degraded. This systems control approach requires integrating ecological limits into decision-making, treating nature as part of the economic balance sheet, and designing integrated investment portfolios that address value chain bottlenecks and justify larger-scale financing. Within this framework, the Nature Bank is a mission-driven development institution based on financing resilient prosperity. Its model applies system-based appraisal methods, rewards verified resilience outcomes, and seeks to mobilize thematic and outcome-based finance that is less constrained by geographic labels. The approach involves nature-adjusted valuation tools, resilience-linked financial institutions, integrated regional portfolios, and the systematic use of data, standards, and capacity building to strengthen institutions and reduce the cost of capital. For the Caribbean, the message signals the need to redesign planning framework. investment strategies, and financing models around comprehensive wealth and systems thinking. For ECLAC, it points to the importance of supporting member states in developing multi-capital metrics, strengthening regional data ecosystems, identifying systematic complementaries, and helping countries structure integrated portfolios that can attract larger-scale financing. This perspective encourages a shift from managing crises to building the foundations for resilient prosperity. With this framing in mind, the panel explored regional and international development financing strategies. The co-founder and chairman of Azuros, in particular, framed the current moment as one of global fragmentation and the weakening of the old world order, which creates space for Caribbean states to position themselves as architects of their own future. This requires moving beyond a narrative centered on vulnerability toward a bold Caribbean brand of climate innovation and strategic agility. He emphasized the importance of expanding South-South cooperation and deepening commercial, financial, and technological partnerships with regions such as Latin America, Africa, and Asia, encouraging Caribbean states to see themselves not as passive recipients, but as equal partners. A central message of his presentation was the need to mobilize domestic and regional capital at a scale that matches the region's development ambitions. He highlighted innovative mechanisms such as securitizing stable revenue streams, particularly from tourism, to unlock resources for resilience and transformation. He underscored the rising relevance of digital and financial innovations, including tokenization, blockchain, and other fintech solutions, which can broaden the pool of accessible capital and strengthen regional integration. He proposed creating a working group dedicated to documenting successes in South-South cooperation, engaging private sector partners, and building public enthusiasm for new prosperity strategies through social media and other communication tools. The permanent representative of Antigua and Barbuda emphasized the need for SIDS to adopt a new development and financing model because the global financial system has not met their structural needs, and the new tools, such as the Debt Sustainability Support Service and the SIDS-designated Abbas Center of Excellence, have emerged to help address these gaps. The Center of Excellence is built on 4 pillars: a global data hub, a technology initiative, an island business forum, and a pillar focused on universities, project preparation, and regional collaboration. He suggested further that Caribbean climate resilience frameworks must be updated to respond more effectively to hurricane impacts through disaster clauses, resilience bonds, and programmatic approaches to systematic transformation. Moreover, a new Caribbean financial architecture is needed, grounded in fairness, predictability, resilience financing, expanded local currency options, and stronger regional platforms such as the Center of Excellence. The ambassador further pointed to the region's strong investment potential in renewable energy, digital infrastructure, the blue and green economy, and resilient tourism. But unlocking private capital requires stronger policy alignment and deeper collaboration between universities and industry to build human capacity, and advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, smart agriculture, and renewable energy. More specifically, the managing director of Oppenheimer and Company emphasized the significant challenges and urgent needs facing the Caribbean in financing climate resilience. While global capital is available, obstacles such as high transaction costs, fragmented project pipelines, and small national markets keep the Caribbean from fully leveraging these opportunities. Traditional sources of finance alone will not meet the scale required, making innovation in financial institutions and greater regional organization imperative. To address these barriers, he advocated for the adoption of innovative finance models, including blending concessional and private capital, implementing guarantees and credit enhancements, and expanding the use of tools such as debt exchanging and sustainability bonds and carbon markets. He stressed the critical importance of regional collaboration by pooling expertise, harmonizing regulations, and presenting a unified investment region. Caribbean states can attract more capital and reduce costs. Oppenheimer's managing director indicated that the recent example of innovative debt exchanges in the Bahamas served as a model for how creative financial strategies can convert debt savings into vital climate adaptation resources, demonstrating that with collaboration and ingenuity, the Caribbean can become a leader in climate finance innovation. The director representative of the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF, to Trinidad and Tobago's presentation focused on financing for development, expanding access to climate finance, and advancing innovative financing mechanisms. He indicated that CAF aims to become the green bank and the principal ally for sustainable development and regional integration in Latin America and the Caribbean. He expressed the view that the region's high vulnerability to climate shocks creates a negative feedback loop of disaster response, reduced fiscal space, and heightened exposure. He informed the seminar that CAF intends to dedicate 50% of its annual approvals to green initiatives and has committed $40 billion for climate action and biodiversity positive development. To strengthen resilience and address debt challenges, CAF promotes 3 financing innovations, including debt for nature or resilient swaps, and contingent debt instruments, including climate resilience debt clauses that allow countries to pause or defer debt service for up to 2 years after disasters. In addition, he informed the high-level seminar that CAF's ocean strategy is built on 4 pillars: financing innovative instruments such as blue bonds and biodiversity credits, promoting blue diplomacy, strengthening education and capacity, building and fostering local value generation to support coastal communities. He gave the assurance that CAF is committed to supporting local currency issuances and facilitating currency conversions as part of the broader effort to enhance financial resilience across the region. Panel 3, Digital Bridges for Caribbean Integration and Institutional Strengthening, a South-South Cooperative Perspective. Panelists highlighted the need to strengthen digital public infrastructure, interoperability, cybersecurity, and data governance. The Director of Center of Excellence and Innovation of Mona School of Business and Management explained digital public infrastructure as systems built on internet, GPS, and mobile networks, supported by identity verification, electronic payments, and data exchange. The Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, TCU, emphasized digital bridges for Caribbean states, citing reduced roaming charges and the new online payment systems, and outlined a vision for a single ICT space with harmonized frameworks for digital ID, payments, and cybersecurity. The regional legal and policy consultant and former executive director of the CARICOM Competition Commission underscored CARICOM's need for unified regulation to counter fragmentation, protect consumers, and ensure big tech compliance. Associate Economics Affairs Officer of ECLAC's Division of Production, Productivity, and Management presented ELAC as the regional cooperation framework, and with initiatives including an AI governance guide, OECS digital integration, and platforms such as the Digital Development Observatory, ILEA, and the Digital Transformation Lab to support evidence-based policy and innovation. Closing remarks. In closing the high-level seminar, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC reflected on the day's truly forward-looking discourse. He highlighted the important issue of South-South cooperation, particularly in the present new phase of geoeconomics and geopolitics. He also spoke to the barriers and structural challenges of the Caribbean to increase the region's access to climate finance and finance in general. He suggested that South-South cooperation in digital governance offers significant promise for harmonizing regulatory frameworks, scaling innovation, and building interoperable systems that facilitate trade, mobility, payments, and public service delivery across the region. In concluding, the Executive Secretary stressed that the Caribbean must be an active architect, not merely a beneficiary of new development models, whether it's through the Nature Bank, regional digital platforms, or South-South policy and cooperation networks. The region holds the expertise and vision necessary to shape global solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, P.S. Tyson, for your informative summary of yesterday's deliberation. We now have two speakers to discuss key observations and takeaways from the second session of ECLAC Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. So I'm pleased to be joined by the Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development and Chair of the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean, Mr. Enrique O'Farrell, and the Special Envoy of the Premier of the British Virgin Islands, Mr. Benito Wheatley. Now, seeing that some of you may not know, but I used to be Benito, can you join us one? I used to be an officer in the Defense Force. Military time is something that I'm a little bit a stickler for. So seeing that we went a little bit over the time just now, I'm going to cut you guys down to 5 minutes. So, Mr. O'Farrell, please, the floor is yours.
Minister, authorities, excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by recalling that South-South cooperation emerged several decades ago as a gesture of political affirmation. It was not simply the creation of a new technical mechanism within the international system. It was something deeper, the recognition that the countries of the Global South can reflect on their development from their own experiences, engage in dialogue on the basis of horizontality, and build solutions that respond to their own realities. The Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation of ECLAC stands firmly within this tradition, with the conviction that Latin America and the Caribbean not only share challenges, but also capacities, knowledge, and common aspirations. This conviction is what allows the Conference and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, the CDCC, to converse so naturally. Both share the same political mandate to strengthen the collective action of the Global South. The United Nations General Assembly resolutions on South-South cooperation, Resolution 2, adopted by the conference in Chile in June 2025, and the Sevilla Action Platform all point to the same driving force, the search for new ways to advance sustainable development when all approaches are no longer enough. And nowhere in this urgency felt more acutely than in the small island developing states of the Caribbean. For the Caribbean, vulnerability is not a concept. It is a daily experience. Debt burdens are heavy. Access to concessional finance is limited. Climate change strikes with an intensity that needs no further explanation. And productive structures remain narrow and exposed to international market fluctuations. These realities, carefully documented by the CDCC, have led the regional conference to recognize that development in the Caribbean must be understood through a multidimensional lens, a concept that recent ECLAC and UN resolutions have placed at the center of new development metrics. This is precisely where South-South cooperation takes on a deeper meaning. For the conference, South-South cooperation is not an accessory to traditional cooperation, but a mechanism to cultivate the capacities essential for sustaining an autonomous development path. This is why the conference has emphasized strengthening top capacities, technical, operational, political, and perspective, which enable states to plan, anticipate, coordinate, and, above all, build a more resilient future. The Caribbean, with its commitment to the blue, green, digital, and creative economies, is already advancing along this path. Embedding these efforts in the agenda of the regional conference is an explicit acknowledgement that this subregion is generating innovative and necessary responses for all of Latin America. When the regional conference looks to the Caribbean, it does not do so as an isolated topic, but as a part of a broader political architecture. The CDCC provides rigorous diagnostics, empirical evidence, and a fine-grained understanding of its priorities. The conference, in turn, offers a platform through which these priorities can be translated into regional agreements, multilateral mandates, and shared strategies. Together, they build a bridge between the Latin American agenda and Caribbean priorities. This bridge is not only conceptual, it is operational. Knowledge exchange, triangular cooperation with UN agencies, initiatives on artificial intelligence and digital governance, resilient infrastructure, the blue economy, climate finance frameworks, and productive innovation schemes. The value of this dialogue becomes even more evident as we move toward the next meeting of the regional conference in June 2026. That gathering will be pivotal. It will enable us to review the implementation of Resolution 2 and to adjust the conference work program in light of the lessons learned during this cycle. It is here that the contributions of the CDCC become indispensable. Data on depth, productivity, climate finance, international insertion, and vulnerability are essential inputs for shaping the 2026-2027 agenda of the regional conference. Indeed, part of that agenda, such as the call to reform the international financial architecture based on the priorities of the Global South, draws directly from the conditions that the Caribbean has placed on the table. Allow me to conclude with a simple reflection. If South-South cooperation can be understood as a form of political affirmation, as I mentioned at the start, it can also be understood at its core as an exercise in political creativity. It invites us to look at one another and recognize that we not only share challenges, but also the capabilities to address them. When the regional conference and the CDCC work together, what emerges is a more complete understanding of development, one that acknowledges interdependence, values contextual knowledge, and dares to imagine a Caribbean and a region that are more resilient, more integrated, and better prepared for an uncertain world. And above all, an understanding that reaffirms something fundamental. Development is not received, it is built. And the Caribbean is demonstrating that it has much to contribute to that construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell, for your valuable perspective. Now I invite Mr. Wheatley to share his viewpoint. Mr. Wheatley, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Executive Secretary, Honorable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior UN officials, heads of regional and international organizations, distinguished delegates and participants, a pleasant good morning. I would like to commend Enrique O'Farrell on his leadership as chair of the Second Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a great honor for me to sit on the Leadership Bureau and work alongside him in my capacity as a vice chair of the Regional Conference, where I provide a Caribbean point of view in our deliberations. There are just a few points I wish to highlight from the Caribbean perspective on South-South cooperation. The first is that South-South cooperation is not just important to the Caribbean because of its potential for development cooperation. It is also important from a strategic perspective. The Caribbean is very small in geographic and economic terms. We are often not at the top table of global affairs, where decisions are made that affect our interests. The sub-region remains highly vulnerable with respect to climate change, sustainable development, marine biodiversity, international trade, and international finance, among other things. However, our ability to influence these issues and global affairs is considerably strengthened when we act in concert with the Global South. Here in the Western Hemisphere, Latin America is the Caribbean's major Global South partner. We share many common challenges with Latin America, which is also a part of the Greater Caribbean, where several states in the Americas are bound to the Caribbean Sea and share a common marine heritage with the people of the islands and coastal states of the sub-region. For the Caribbean to optimize South-South cooperation with Latin America, we must enhance our readiness to engage. Longer term, we must overcome the language barrier. This is a fundamental step. We must improve the ability of our people to communicate in Spanish, Portuguese, and French. We cannot simply assume everyone else will speak in English. People-to-people contact, business-to-business contact, and government-to-government contact requires a certain level of fluency in these respective languages for meaningful communication. An area for immediate cooperation is the establishment of more language immersion programs with our Latin American neighbors. In terms of the Caribbean's cooperation with Latin America at the multilateral level, we must improve our own preparation for engagement and strengthen our participation in international fora. This is particularly important in the ICLAC context. Too often we arrive at intergovernmental meetings without having met prior to ventilate issues and coordinate our positions so that we are better prepared to engage with our Latin American counterparts. In this regard, we need to make more effective use of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. It is not sufficient to attend the CDCC biennial meeting, then the monitoring committee meeting the year after, and then just repeat the cycle. This is just going through the motions or meeting for meeting's sake. We can use the CDCC as a vehicle to prepare for critical meetings of ECLAC so that we make the most of our participation and engagement with our Latin American partners. The next ECLAC intergovernmental meeting of critical importance is the 9th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development that will take place in Santiago, Chile in April next year. Given the rate of progress on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals that will not be met by 2030, Latin America and the Caribbean must give their input on a post-2030 framework for sustainable development. Ahead of the forum, the Caribbean requires its own preparatory meeting to coordinate our positions. Such a preparatory meeting can be done virtually. And this should be our approach for other ECLAC meetings. There's also an issue of participation that must be addressed. Caribbean attendance has been lacking at regional multilateral fora. Understandably, there's an issue of cost for some when meetings take place in Santiago or other places in Latin America. There's also the issue of capacity for some governments. The reality is that every government will not be represented at ECLAC meetings. But what the Caribbean can do through preparatory meetings is coordinate our respective or collective positions and agree who among us can attend intergovernmental meetings and represent the views of those who are not present if there's comfort in doing so. The CDCC Leadership Bureau can take the lead in such coordination. Let me commend Minister Swarit Singh for his commitment as chairman to make sure that the CDCC will be made the most use of to advance our priorities as a subregion. Importantly, the Caribbean's involvement in South-South cooperation with Latin America also requires engagement, coordination, and preparation outside of ECLAC. This is happening within CARICOM, OECS, and the Association of Caribbean States. I personally would like to see more synergy between CDCC and these regional bodies to achieve greater cohesion on South-South cooperation, as well as on sustainable development, climate change, international trade, and other issues. In fact, initiating the regional coordinating mechanism would allow all the relevant stakeholders to come together for better coordination. For the purpose of South-South cooperation, the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean is now the established vehicle for structured dialogue and engagement and South-South cooperation across the wider region. The Caribbean must engage meaningfully in the work of the Regional Conference to help shape the regional agenda for South-South cooperation that should also reflect the needs and priorities of the subregion. Finally, the Caribbean must be clear on the place of South-South cooperation as a dimension of the subregion's development cooperation. It can help middle and high-income developing countries to get the development assistance they still need, including the associate members of ECLAC. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS is our guide to cooperation and partnerships for the growth and development of SIDS. And it is within that framework we must consider South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. I believe we are off to a good start and commend the cooperation agreement signed earlier this year between Brazil and the Caribbean and Colombia and CARICOM. I look forward to the signing today of a cooperation agreement between Chile and CARICOM. As I close, Mr. Chair, let us take full advantage of the opportunities presented to the Caribbean by South-South cooperation with Latin America and the rest of the Global South. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitley, for your meaningful observation. I now want to invite delegates to make comments or ask questions based on the topic and roundtable discussion. I will receive interventions first from member states and associate member states, then from regional and international organizations and other delegates. I'll also receive interventions from online participants in the already established order and ask that the Secretariat alert us if anyone online wishing to take the floor. So I now open and invite you to please make your interventions, questions, observations. Sorry, I can't see you. Sorry, my apologies. Grenada.
Grenada. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all the members of the head table and delegates. There were two very key points coming forward at the presentations this morning. Development is not received, it is built. I hope I can use that soundbite, but I think it really captures where we want to move to. And I want to plug in a recommendation again for building capacity, institutional capacity. And I linked it with the statement by the second speaker in terms of the collaboration between CARICOM agencies. Now, I'm the director for Grenada on the CARICOM Development Fund. And until I came to this meeting this time, I was not so much aware of the CPDCC work and how that could integrate. And I think that we should not only speak about moving the walls and silos in terms of how we work in government, but even within and between CARICOM agencies, we need to collaborate more. But I want to leave you with two thoughts for reflection. One is that there are some persons like me in this room who benefited from a regional effort many years ago. I will not call the time for being dated, where the CARI Forum, that is CARICOM plus the Dominican Republic, supported by the EU, gave young professionals within the Caribbean region the option to pursue studies at the master's degree level in our region, and we stayed in the region and work. Persons had the opportunity to go to UWI, the Dominican Republic. I'm saying this because when we speak about regional integration, if we start to speak Buenos Dias, Goedemorgen, people will wonder what we're speaking about. You will not just wake up and learn a language. We need to give young professionals the opportunity to study at our universities. And I'm speaking, I see Artie from Trinidad and Tobago. Both of us were students in Dominican Republic because of that. If we don't train the capacities that we need to build that development we're speaking about, the generation that received training through Commonwealth Secretariat, through various regions, we will retire in less than 5 years. And I'm very concerned that if we do not start training people now, the challenge of institutional capacity, we don't want to come back and speak about it in 2-3 years, but we might well have to do that if we don't take action now. Secondly, I think I want to repeat a recommendation I made yesterday because I really want to put it on the table very strongly. If we want the new paradigm that is being presented here to really become part of our operations, let us take advantage of the next CARICOM heads of government meetings or where ministers of finance will meet to present the new paradigm, because they drive the budgets, they drive the allocation. I represent the Ministry of Economic Development, Planning and Cooperatives of Grenada, but I get my budget from finance. And if we want the new paradigm to work, let us present these ideas at the earliest convenience of any CARICOM meeting that we can find. And I thank you, Mr. Minister Swarat Singh, for leading the charge. We count on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grenada. You know, there are a couple of things that, as you mentioned, that in terms of, especially driven by the Ministry of Finance, one of the things that we're trying very hard to do, Trinidad and Tobago had suffered from that for quite a few years, that the initiatives across government was always stymied based on our financial capacity to so do. And that's one of the reasons why I think we have to find alternative ways of financing across governments, so it is not only dependent on what governments could afford, which is where I think many things go and die. But I think it's also quite critical that that we find new ways to engage across the wider public sector and private sector initiatives that will give life. So part of what I'm trying to do here in Trinidad, and part of what I would encourage my colleagues to look at, is ways in which we can incorporate a wider development agenda that is not solely reliant on what governments can and can't afford. But thank you very much for that very worthwhile intervention. And I look forward to being able to collaborate with persons who would have studied and I'm quite aware, this morning I was talking to another colleague of mine who would have studied in the Dominican Republic as well, and was asking the same question as to why it is that we are not doing some more of those things. So those are some of the conversations that I think we will take up afterwards and see how we can accelerate some of. In fact, I'm trying to get international universities to come to Trinidad and establish offshore campuses. And I'm trying to encourage universities from Latin America to take up space in Trinidad and Tobago as well. So hopefully we will have, those are some of the conversations that I will have bilateral with the Secretary General before we depart this meeting. So thank you very much. Sorry, my apologies, I couldn't help that. Jamaica. Madam Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Minister. Before I speak, though, the representative from CARICOM just tapped my shoulder that they wanted to respond to Grenada, but there's no mic back there. So I don't know if you want to take that first before I speak, since it's specific to what Grenada said.
And I can let them respond to both.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I just want to acknowledge the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, yourself, Minister Swarat Singh, other members of the panel, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by conveying Jamaica's appreciation for the hospitality extended and for all the arrangements made to facilitate yesterday's seminar and today's meeting. Both encounters has provided us with an excellent opportunity to share experiences and discuss important issues such as climate resilience, disaster risk reduction, capacity building, food security, as well as overall cooperation towards the successful implementation of the SDGs. Our delegations were able to benefit from research and feedback from ECLAC, CDCC, as well as the 3 panel discussions which were most engaging and informative. I thank the Permanent Secretary of St. Kitts and Nevis and fellow Vice Chair for the excellent summary presented on yesterday's high-level seminar. Chair, I had the privilege of moderating the panel entitled Financing for Development, Finding Ways to Increase the Caribbean's Access to Climate Finance and Other Innovative Financing for Development Mechanism, and appreciated the various perspectives shared by all the distinguished presenters. Colleagues, I know it has been said many times before, but like a scratched record, it must be said again, that as we seek to accelerate the rate of progress towards the attainment of the 2030 Agenda, which regrettably is not currently on track, special attention must be given to developing countries, particularly small island developing states, SIDS, who remain disproportionately affected by global economic shocks and the effects of climate change. Our region faces various challenges which can and has easily raised the economic gains in the wink of an eye and has caused many of our countries to redirect revenue for important economic and social programs towards disaster-resilient efforts, thus affecting our ability to meet the SDG targets. We have shared our experiences on the various natural disasters, including most recently the catastrophic Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest Atlantic storms ever measured. At its Category 5 peak, Melissa swept across the western half of Jamaica on the 28th of October, causing not only tragic loss of lives and livelihoods, but physical damage preliminarily estimated at approximately US $8.8 billion, or 41% of the country's GDP. It also impacted Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Jamaica is of the view that the international community must take urgent actions to close the gap in SDG financing and adopt a renewed global framework to finance sustainable development. This will require concrete reforms of the international financial architecture and a reorientation of financing for sustainable development for large-scale SDG investments so that all countries can grow, thrive, and respond to crises in a resilient manner. Jamaica remains a strong advocate of multilateralism, which, as noted by the distinguished delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, is a bridge to build formidable partnerships to unleash financing for development, including climate finance for the most vulnerable countries. In this regard, Jamaica will continue to leverage our co-chairmanship of the SDG Stimulus Leaders Group and the Group of Friends on SDG Financing and our membership of AOSIS and the G77 and China to support the call for the reform of the international financial architecture. Such reforms should, inter alia, deliver greater access to concessional finance, and as noted, should include the use of metrics that look beyond GDP, such as the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index in the policies and practices of the IFIs. They should also result in enhanced development support, official development assistance, and climate finance at the scale and level required. The disbursement of loans in local currencies to strengthen debt sustainability, and the inclusion of climate-resilient debt clauses in loan agreements to account for the high vulnerability of SIDS to catastrophic climatic events. Jamaica also believes that it is important that monitoring mechanisms should be implemented to ensure that the commitments of the Compromiso de Sevilla are undertaken. Chair, we sincerely appreciated the presentation and discussion on the use of AI, which was most timely and relevant. I wish to indicate that AI forms part of the Government of Jamaica's broader policy and strategic framework on digital transformation. As such, an AI task force has been formed to facilitate the development of a national AI policy and strategy. I know, like Trinidad and Tobago, we have a minister with responsibility for AI. The task force is expected to conduct research and provide an evidence-based foundation for the development of the policy and will, inter alia, create a regulatory framework for the development, deployment, and adoption of AI, facilitate the creation of a skilled AI workforce in Jamaica, and promote the responsible and ethical use of AI in Jamaica. Finally, Chair, I reiterate gratitude to all panelists and commend ECLAC and in particular the CDCC over the years for its valuable work towards long-term transformation in environmental sustainability and economic growth for the region. I hope to say more on the agenda item 5 this afternoon, so we'll end here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I appreciate your comments and the contribution. Before I invite CARICOM representative to respond to the interventions made by Grenada and Jamaica, just an item of housekeeping. This coffee break was scheduled for 10:45. Do I have your concurrence to have a break at 11, where we would have the group photo and then take our break at that time? Thank you very much. CARICOM representative, not sure. Sorry, thank you.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Armstrong Alexis, the Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM. First of all, let me thank ECLAC for inviting us to this meeting and congratulate the team that has put together such a wonderful event, very rich in content and very elevating in terms of the options and the opportunities that we have for Caribbean development. On the issue raised by the representative of Grenada, I would like to suggest, Chair, that one of the options could be a submission from this meeting to the Secretariat for consideration to the Council for Finance and Planning. That's the council that we refer to as the COFAP, and that is the Council of Ministers of Finance. Interestingly enough, many of our ministers of finance are also heads of government, and I believe that might have been the reason why the representative from Grenada is suggesting submitting the proposal to the heads, but the appropriate place would probably be the Council for Finance and Planning. I must add, though, that the Council for Finance and Planning does not meet very frequently. However, there is a meeting being planned in the wings of the next meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government, which will take place in February in St. Kitts. So if that proposal is on time, I certainly would advocate at the Secretariat for consideration to be given, and this is not a promise, but for consideration to be given for that item to be placed on the agenda of the Council of Finance and Planning, and therefore it will be right within the lap of the Ministers of Finance and largely Ministers of Planning as well. Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity.
And thank you, Deputy SG, and thank you for being here as well. I think that is an excellent suggestion. One of the things that I think remains very relevant coming out of the meetings yesterday and today is the coordination among CARICOM agencies that I know Benito and they have spoken a lot of. And so I think that will help with that coordination effort as well in terms of bringing awareness to CARICOM and other agencies. May I invite anyone else who wish to make an intervention? Oh, sorry, Antigua, Bermuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to join colleagues in expressing our appreciation to you, Mr. Chair, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago for hosting this meeting and for the very high level of accommodation afforded to us. And I look forward sometime to enjoying some parang with you at some point in time. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to raise a couple of points, taking from some of the comments made. And then, first of all, I want to acknowledge the points raised by our colleague from Jamaica in connection with a number of the multilateral work that's going on within the UN system that affects us in the Caribbean and led by representatives of CARICOM. I particularly want to point out onto the MVI the 4 points that we have succeeded in with Abbas in less than 18 months that we ought to take note of. Firstly, the MVI, and it's the resolution that has been passed at the General Assembly, and putting this long effort that we have put in for many years into play now. What I would recommend that ECLAC join forces with the financial institutions in the region and put this to test so that we can have a concrete example to show and that the success of a model program using the MVI. I think it is important that we prove that from the region, as so much effort has gone into this from our region. And the multi-vulnerability index we have been claiming is the way to go towards measuring our challenges and not using all outmoded measurement of GDP. The second success that we have had relates to the DSSS, the Debt Sustainability Support Service. Our colleague from Jamaica indicated the success of the FFD's work, that is the work done on financial and development in Seville, Spain, early in June, July. Recognized in that success for the first time is the need for new measures, and the Debt Sustainability Support Services initiated by AOSIS, the Alliance of Small Island States, and embedded in Abbas is one such initiative. And again, we count that as a success, and we now have to make that work, and we look forward to collaborating with ECLAC and using this in the region as part of the Center of Excellence to make this begin the transformation that we are all seeking towards sustainable, towards prosperity. The third point of success within the short period of time relates to the Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence, as I indicated yesterday, which embodies about 4 major pillars from data, technology, private sector or investment, and of course the debt sustainability support services with our effort with the universities for human resource development is another major milestone that we have crossed. And again, as we launch the center next year, the importance of that cannot be understated. The center is one of the areas we believe will be used for true transformation within our region. The fourth point is Abbas itself. For the first time, we have, at the very early stage, developed indicators to measure progress with Abbas. We have done that and linked it with the SDGs. We cannot allow Abbas to go the way that the Samoa Pathway, the Bridgetown Initiative, the Mauritius Program of Action, and even the SDGs to go. We cannot allow that to fail, because the next 10 years are critical periods for SIDS, but it will only be successful if we truly transform our society and not follow same old, same old. It is important that we follow the point I made, and you, Mr. Chair, made yesterday: time to stop talking, time to act. I believe this is what Abbas is calling for, and the indicators that we have, we trust with, and I know there's a meeting in CARICOM next week in Guyana, that ECLAC has a meeting next week to take those indicators and begin to put them into the regional space. We need to use those to measure progress towards resilience, prosperity, but we need to understand we cannot do the same old things and expect new responses. We must transform our financial systems, we must transform our industrial challenges, and we must change the way we do business. Mr. Chair, I have one additional point which I will come back to in the later program, later this afternoon, as it relates to some of the efforts, some of the measures we made, some things that you said in terms of financing. But I will come back to that. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And again, thank you for your insightful contribution and all the work that you would have done to move our agenda forward on behalf of the Caribbean. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the work of Antigua and Barbuda. We have time for one more intervention. But let me just say how very, very informative that this interaction has been for all of us. And we continue to learn from your collective experiences. And there's so much for us to contemplate coming out of the discussion this morning, from greater levels of collaboration with all our regional agencies, inclusive of what CARIFORUM would have represented to all of us, what we would have lost and what we need to reactivate. Issue of global financing will continue to preoccupy a lot of our attention, especially given our recent experiences. But the options that we have now, as so wonderfully articulated by our colleague from Antigua and Barbuda, represents a new challenge that we have to find not just new modalities and ways to describe and put it in place, but we have to also have a new type of new ways of determining what and how we're going to measure our success in development space. There's lots of other things that we would have to discuss as the day goes by, but I want to again pause here to just to reiterate that the persons around the table here and around this room are very critical for a sustainable development effort moving forward. One of the things that I think we as governments can continue to make is that we take so broad an agenda and we become masters of all, we try to do everything and do very few well. So it would be good for us as we continue our discussion, to zero in on a couple of things that we would want to take to the agenda of the to the Council of Finance and Planning Ministers in St. Kitts on the CARICOM agenda, but also in terms of our own South-to-South dialogue, in terms of what we would want to actively benchmark and try to complete within a specific time frame, and be much more focused on trying to get some things done so that we can point to some of these things as we move the agenda forward. And as articulated by the Ambassador for Jamaica, we have to review all the goals that we have set for ourselves and really try to put some targets that are within our reach, and actively what we are doing to help each other meet some of these goals as we move forward. So I would like to pause now to have our group photo, to thank you very, very much for very wonderful discussion this morning, to thank all those who would have contributed, and I think after the photo we then have a break, and then we convene after the break. Thank you very much.
For the group photo, we invite the member state of ECLAC to go to the coffee break salon, this area, to have the bigger space. So the CDCC members here, plus ECLAC, I recognize the Ambassador of Mexico, Venezuela, and Colombia as for the countries from ECLAC. So please.
Colleagues, let us resume in the next 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Colleagues, grateful if persons can file in so we can resume. Thank you. Colleagues, welcome back. Minister Swaraj Singh had to depart to take care of other matters that have arisen with respect to his ministerial responsibilities. As one of his vice chairs, I will assume the chair for the remaining items until the lunch break. Let us now move to consideration of agenda item 4. Improving official data and statistics to strengthen resilience and development in the Caribbean. Data and statistics are an essential input in development planning, and governments of the sub-region recognize the importance of quality, timely, and disaggregated data and statistics for evidence-based policy planning. However, challenges remain with production, dissemination, and use of official data and statistics in the Caribbean. This agenda item highlights the importance of data for sustainable development in building resilience. To set the stage for our discussion, it is an honor to invite Ms. Myosotis Rivas-Pina, Director of ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, to share ECLAC's perspective on the opportunities to leverage the production, dissemination, and use of quality official data and statistics to promote national development. Ms. Rivas-Pina, you have the floor.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends of ECLAC that are here today and the CDCC. We have the presentation? Yes. It is a pleasure to join you today to reflect on the themes that is fundamental for the future of development in our region, the power of official data and statistics to drive the national development strength, resilience, and deepen integration between Latin America and the Caribbean. As the start of my career in the early of the 90s, I found a phrase in a magazine that I don't remember that it was a Le Courrier or Grandma from Cuba that I kept in my mind for years. Information is power. Share it. Today, that message rings through than ever. The Caribbean can only strengthen its voice by sharing and using data that tell stories. As someone who has the privilege to lead in the National Statistical Office of the Dominican Republic for nearly 5 years, and now serving as the director of the ECLA's regional headquarters of the Caribbean, I have witnessed firsthand how data can transform institutions, policies, and society. Today, I shared a regional perspective, a Caribbean perspective, and a personal perspective of how official data can serve not only as a tool for governance, but as a bridge for cooperation and integration between the two regions. Let's start asking the question, why official data and statistics matter for development? As a background, I share with you that since the publication of the report, A World That Counts in 2014, data and official statistics have occupied an increasingly important position in sustainable development. The report from the United Nations Independent Expert Advisory Group states that data are the lifeblood of decision-making and the raw material for accountability. Without high quality of data providing the right information on the right things and the right time, designing, monitoring, and evaluating effective policies becomes almost impossible. The report called for urgent actions to leverage the data revolution for sustainable development, highlighting the following actions: develop a global consensus on principles and standards, share technology and innovation for the common good, new resources for capacity development, leadership for coordination and mobilization, exploit some quick wins on SDG data. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us exactly that. During the crisis, countries that had timely, reliable, and accessible data were better able to protect life, plan response, and design recovery measures. After that effort, different global agendas have highlighted the importance of data and statistics of their monitoring and follow-up, including the 2030 Agenda, Sentai Framework, the ABAS, and most recently, the Compromiso of Sevilla. In the Caribbean, we often hear the phrase that the sub-region is data poor. But rather than data poor, the reality, the sub-region has more data than is generally acknowledged. However, these data are not often widely disseminated to be available for public use. Today, while we live in misinformation and disinformation area, production and dissemination of official data and statistics must follow best practices and abide by international standards to ensure the quality and trust. In the past, in this last part, especially as the custodian of the official data and the statistics in each country, the National Statistical Office have the primary responsibility to coordinate the national statistical system. Now, this is the national statistical system when we can have all the institutions that are producing administrative data and other kind of data for public policy purpose. But they are also providing technical guidance on the standard, ensuring harmonization of concepts, among others. What opportunities do we have to change this reality? No? We have opportunity in both areas. We have opportunity that can strengthen official data and statistical production, but also dissemination and use. There are several strategic opportunities but I want to share with you a few of them. One of the more strategic in the short term definitely is the 2030 round of census, which has been launched this year by the UN Statistical Commission in New York. From here, from ECLAC, and together with the UNFPA, an evaluation of the 2020 round of census in the Caribbean has been conducted as part of our work plan of the 2025. Shows that even the majority of the country have been able to collect the data, they are facing important challenges to processing and dissemination the information. My own experience in the Dominican Republic at the National Statistical Office taught me important lessons that are relevant for all the Caribbean. First, the transformation of a National Statistical Office is not technical. It's institutional, it's cultural, and also political. Second, planning matters. A census is not a one-year activity. It's a 10-year cycle that we needed to be reviewing, and we needed to be all the time be aware of that process. Third, data must be viewed as a public good, accessible, interoperable, and trusted. Most of the time, we are not sharing the data inside the countries, and also, if we share, there is a different language at the computer issues and level. Fourth, independence and professional standards are essential to the credibility. These lessons apply equally to large or small country. Progress is possible even when resources are limited, if there is a vision of coordination and commitment. ECLAC, considered as a recognized expertise in demography and statistical matters, is in a position to provide technical assistance to the countries that request in this moment. The round also presents an opportunity to more coordination at the regional level to the UN system deliverance as one, together with the regional partners like CARICOM, OACS, financial institutions, private sectors, academia, civil society, among others. The UN could bring the expertise of the all agencies that are present in the region to better conduct this census round. And also, from my own experience from the Dominican Republic, 5 important issues are important to have a success census: political willingness, technical capacity across the government, international support, management and leadership, and a society commitment to the process. The second opportunity that I want to share with you is a medium-term one. It's the production of the data, official data and statistics in different and new sources and emerging sources of data, like the use of administrative registers with a statistical purpose. The first one requires coordination between the national institution based on memorandum of understanding, also geospatial information, mobile data, an opportunity to collaborate, for example, with the private sector. The telecoms are very working together in different countries to provide this data in terms to have indicators on risk management. And also, there is an opportunity for this source to see the source as a complement, not a replace, for the traditional surveys, but they can dramatically accelerate the availability of national statistics. The data that is not shared is data that cannot guide decisions. Data produced but not disseminated is data not used. Too often, Caribbean surveys and census are completed, but their microdata or even basic indicators are not publicly available. Updating the national statistical websites, adopting open data practices is important, and we have at ECLA different platforms like CEPAL-STAT, the Gender Equality Observatory, Readathon, that are tools that could help the countries to disseminate data and to be available for different stakeholders. Moreover, it's important that data is essential for designing productive development policies and strengthening the country top capabilities. That these are the technical, operational policies and perspective. In the short term, ECLAC is in position to provide technical assistance to requesting for countries for development of a modern service policy proposal, taking into account cross-country heterogeneities and grounded in robust empirical evidence. Also, ECLAC is stand ready to support member states in strengthening official statistics, expanding the visibility of Caribbean data, and building a truly integrated Latin America and Caribbean region. To achieve that goal, access to data, especially microdata, is the strategic enabler reflection for the priorities of the region. Reports that ECLAC could report through better analysis, comparability, visibility, integration, and cooperation. The access of data will provide deeper and more accurate analysis, and so to show us the inequalities, the heterogeneity, comparable statistics across the countries, improved visibility of Caribbean in ECLAC, better integration of the Caribbean into regional and global narrative, enhanced cooperation and resource mobilization. We have some key milestones, and there was a mention before by Ms. Wesley in his intervention about the different meetings that ECLAC is having next year. So we have maybe three important meetings that the Caribbean must be visible through data. This is in April, the 9th Forum of the Countries on Sustainable Development. In June, the meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference of South-South Cooperation. October, the 41st session of ECLAC, and also the CDCC meeting itself that has to be determined. Just to give you maybe a quick example about what is possible to achieve on those kind of meetings, the 9th Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development is scheduled to be held from the 13th and 16th of April in Chile, and will provide time for review the 4 SDG that is going to be in the depth review. This is the SDG 6, the 9, the 11, and the 17. And as usual, ECLAC will continue working to the member state to present Caribbean-focused analysis grounded in strong databases, highlight cultural gaps, vulnerabilities, and opportunity for seats, ensure Caribbean visibility in the SDG debates and the regional SDG reporting. The second one, the meeting of procedure of the presiding officer of the Regional Conference of South-South Cooperation. It will be held in June, the 25th of June, in ECLAC headquarters, and is based on our previous seminar yesterday, will be an important opportunity to present a structured, evidence-based Caribbean position on data, cooperation, and resilience, and also highlight data-driven priorities for South-South and triangular cooperation. Also, BBI is a vice chair in that conference, so it would be very important, as you mentioned in your previous presentation, how the Bureau could work to make presence of the voice of the Caribbeans in those kind of meetings. The last one, and maybe is the 40th period of session of ECLAC Commission to be held in October 2026 in the Dominican Republic. We don't have the specific date so far, but it is an opportunity this is the highest policy-making forum of ECLAC, so the Caribbean must be clearly visible there. Integrating Caribbean evidence must be present in the position document and resolutions, so we are on time to address those important inputs to those documents that are preparing right now. It will be a clear example that how we can demonstrate that the added value of microdata-based analysis for the region policy making. Finally, there is the third session of the CDCC. I don't want maybe to make some recommendations about that, and it will be an important platform to unify Caribbean vision for structural transformation, common understanding on statistics focus in data sharing and data harmonization, to see Caribbean as a pilot for innovation and resilience, coordinate diplomacy for global visibility, and also this is transformation of the roadmap to the 26th to the 28th. That is the next period that will going to cover the period of session of ECLAC. And maybe finally, I want to say that in my 6 months in the region and based here in Trinidad and Tobago, took my attention that when you say something to the people that they consider important, they say, I hear you. This is important for me because they say all the time, this is important, say, I hear you. For me, it means that I'm paying attention to you. This is like what I feel when they told me. And for me, it's important that you know that during these 6 months, I hear the member state. No? And the member state are saying, I am here to think in big. No more meetings, no more story. We needed to take action. Minister Swaratsin, increase regional integration, Ambassador Campos Rodriguez. We are facing challenges rather than difficulties. We are going to find a way, Ambassador Webson. Data is the common language, P.S. Jessamy from Grenada. We need to provide solutions taking into account the heterogeneity of our region, no? Mr. Benito from BBI. We are a small state. We encourage to support through our regional organizations like the OECS, P.S. Doors Tyson from St. Kitts and Nevis. So we want to say that we want to work together with you. And following the metaphor of the Wizard of Oz, we listen to you with the fullness of our being, with our mind in understanding, with our heart in empathy, and with our depth of our inner will in the courage that moves that move us to act. Thank you so much.
Director Pina, thank you so very much for your presentation, for highlighting where we are in our region with data and statistics, and also the various opportunities in 2026 to engage on those 2 issues. I would now like to open the floor for questions and comments. We will begin with member states and associate members, and then thereafter we will take interventions from regional and international organizations and other delegates in the back. The floor is open, colleagues. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. We find this particular area to be so useful because quite often we hear persons saying that, you know, we need to be data-driven. But many countries within the region do not have the capacity. In Jamaica, we happen to have STATIN, which is the Statistical Institute, and we have the Planning Institute of Jamaica. We have been doing this for a long time. But the question begs to be asked, how does a government prioritize data collection over everything else, especially in a region that is hit by disasters so often? How does a government prioritize? And maybe I didn't hear right, but the speaker before, Ms. Pena, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, mentioned that countries could apply for funding if they have the data to support why they need it. But if they need data collection as a part of the work that they do, how will they support receiving support from ECLAC to do it? So maybe I misunderstood. I'd just love a little clarity on that.
Please.
Yeah, from my experience, what I mentioned, I was in the National Statistical Office, and sometimes we think that the data is just the one that you collect from census and surveys, no? But there is a lot of ways, like the administrative data that is produced by other agencies in the government that could use for a statistical purpose. In ECLAC, it is not about funds, but a technical assistance, not to assist the member state in develop those administrative data in terms to collect, so to have more indicators and statistics for the purpose of planning. I don't know if you understand. Okay.
I would like to, recognize the distinguished delegate from Anguilla. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the presentator for the presentation made, but I want to really piggyback on something Jamaica asked. As a statistician, I think there is need for us to integrate into all of the programs, the Blue Economy, education, a component for statistics. Very often, funding is usually given to education. It may be given to agriculture, fisheries, the sectors, but on many occasions, the element of statistics is not included in the program. And I believe that if we do include it, it would improve our administrative data as well to bring those pieces of data up to standard that they can be used in official statistics as well. So that's just my take on how we could try to improve statistics and let it become a core component of most of the activities that we undertake in other sectors.
Thank you very much for your intervention. The floor remains open for any additional interventions from member states and associate members. In my own capacity as the delegate from the BVI, I have a question, actually two. The first is it absolutely necessary, or should it be good practice to have a national statistics law on the books to incentivize or mandate statistics to be held and data to be shared? I'll come to question two after you answer that one.
Once again, from my experience in the Dominican Republic, we have a law from 1959. And when you start the collaboration with the National Statistical System, based on agreements, based on memorandum of understanding, it's possible to move forward. The law is important in terms to guarantee that the international standards are placed in the production of the statistics. One of the problems that the Caribbean has faced is that most of the time the National Statistical Office are under a ministry. They don't have the autonomy, they don't have the independence. As ECLAC did in a study a few years ago about how the fundamental principles for official statistics are applying in the region, and we found that the most underrepresented is the one who, regarding to the independence of the national statistical directors, or also the lack of legislation that incorporate those kind of principles that were adopted in the 2014 as part of the United Nations.
Thank you very much for that. My second question is about the intergovernmental use of statistics and contribution to statistics. How do we get various departments and ministries to, in an integrated way, provide statistics for national use?
If I understand you, how we collect the data from the other institutions?
Yes.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
is it? Okay.
Ms. Purcell, I'll say this one point. So, to clarify, just across government, we know that agencies need statistics, they need data. And sometimes I imagine that it's siloed, but is it best practice to have a single system where the data is integrated and then various ministries and departments can access it easily at the national level? Or is it always the case, or often the case, that the statistical systems within government are fragmented and separate? And what is best practice, and how do you achieve that best practice?
Yes, and most of the time the data is fragmented among institutions, and one of the main, the best practices that we have in the Latin American region, for example, is the Colombia one. Now, Colombia is a country that has a strong statistics department, and also is helping other countries to move forward. How they are doing. This is a kind of a collaboration, coordination, establishing those kind of sectorials, like a cluster like working in education, and we bring together all the institutions. So there is a different experience in the region, also from Uruguay, Costa Rica, that we can learn and that we can share. The statistical division of ECLAC has something that we call the network of knowledge of transfer. That is the network to have different communities where the Caribbean region is underrepresented there. So I think that there will be an opportunity next year and the beginning of the year that for the Caribbean member states to submit what are the necessities that they have in terms to learn from other Latin American countries, but also outside the region, if it's possible, to find best practices and to share with the member state.
Thank you. I actually have a third question. It's about technology and statistics and data, and what would you say should be the course of action in terms of countries who want to have better systems in place? What kind of recommendations do you think in terms of immediate steps that they could take?
Yeah, technology is a huge challenge, but the study that we did about census right now that was presented last week to the expert meeting group show us that the most countries are adopting new technologies. And it was one of the big, innovation from the census round. So that is important. You are using technology right now. No, we are not far away from technology. So, but we needed to continue training the people. No, it's important to do training with the people, to work with the regional partners, to roll with financial institutions in turn to strengthening not just the National Statistical Office, but I said all the system, all the institutions that are providing. So at the end, like the recommendation also to move forward, I think once again that the census round is a good opportunity to address those matters, to thinking about, and I know that from CARICOM, they are working in a regional plan for the census, how we build together, no, and not to address those matters as individual state, but also together.
Thank you. And if you would, just please outline what are the specific steps that member states, associate members must take to get technical assistance from ECLAC in this critical area?
by requesting and sending a request to Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar or through the office here in Port Spain, it's possible to do it.
Thank you very much. Are there any, I recognize the distinguished delegate from St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Pena, I thank you for that intervention. I support it. I think that the region needs a holistic approach to statistics and data. And I'm speaking from a place of need, because those of us who were in previous meetings would have known I've been searching for a statistician for a while. But the need for data is becoming more relevant. And in 2026, I expect it to peak, because we can't function effectively without the data. And that is why we are everywhere, every time. And so I'm going to call on CARICOM, and I've had this conversation with my colleagues during the break, that CARICOM now needs to guide us in some sort of strategic way to establish some sort of data system, because we don't have the individual island resources. So it needs more than just a St. Kitts approach or a St. Lucia approach. It needs a Caribbean approach. And this has to be high on the regional agendas, the need for data, because it's sometimes so embarrassing when, for example, the IMF or whoever requests information, and when you look at the islands, especially the SIDS, you see X's, because we have not provided the data. We don't have it. We don't have the capacities. We don't have the resources to provide all of this data. So I'm asking for a holistic approach to support what you are planning for 2026 for the region. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention, and I'd like to give Dr. Rivas an opportunity to respond.
Yes, I fully support your intervention, and this is, I think, that is talking about my presentation, how we could address as a region, no? Working together with the different partners about the data. And also, Willa mentioned it before, all the time we are talking about different sectors like education, health, and at the end, when maybe a project is formulated or maybe the loan is granted to the country, we're thinking about, we needed to collect data. So we forgot the data from the beginning of all the conversations. So we needed to bring data into the conversations and to have a regional approach to like test in a strategic view. It would be important to guide, and ECLAC is here to support regional organizations like the OECS, the CARICOM, to build this kind of a strategy.
Thank you for your response. I would just say that we have noted the call for CARICOM as a regional organization to play a bigger part in the support to member states and territories when it comes to statistics and data due to capacity constraints. And I would now like to turn to the back of the room to give the representative from CARICOM or any other regional or international organization an opportunity to make an intervention. You have the opportunity now. Just raise your hand. Please indicate your name and your organization. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Hello, good morning. I am Elizabeth Emmanuel from CRIF SPC, formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. And in listening to the discussion on statistics and data, I want to bring to the attention of the meeting here today that one of the things that underpins CRIF's models, catastrophe insurance models, is data. Right? We're using models, we're not using assessments on the ground, and therefore our models are very data rich. And we use different approaches to collect that data. But importantly, all member states ought to know that we produce very detailed risk profiles for each country and risk profiles for each peril. And what we have been, I guess, encouraging countries to do is to utilize those risk profiles in development planning, in spatial planning, etc. So we utilize, data from a range of sources, whether it's your census data or workforce data, because we need to collect. Our hazard database, for example, will have data on all hazards. So if we're looking at earthquakes from the 15th century to today, or we're looking at hurricanes, or we're looking at rainfalls. But then we have to know what's happening on the ground, and that is what we refer to as the exposure database, which captures all your assets on the ground. So in addition to using different types of data, we also use administrative data. So in addition to census, we would use administrative data, plus also things like public data sets, open flights, if we're looking at airports and ports and so on. But we're also using quite a lot of other types of data. We use things, for example, like nighttime lighting, road networks, different types of spatial data. In fact, we did work with ECLAC, and we did provide, I don't like to use the word sponsorship, but resources for completing this development, this spatial planning study, looking across the region at the extent to which the different types of data that was being used across countries. So just want to make a plug for countries to access their databases, their risk profiles, sorry. We do not make countries' risk profiles public. We provide them to the government so that they can use that information as they wish. We also provide training to countries in how to use their risk profiles and to know where the data is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that intervention. And I am not sure if every country has made the best use, but now that we know, I'm sure that we can take advantage of it. It brings to mind another critical question that I think perhaps member states and associate members may want to consider. And I'm glad I see Antigua and Barbuda requesting the floor, because my question was going to be about the challenge of data with respect to vulnerability and how that challenge is going to be addressed. So beyond just the question of sustainable development, our vulnerability requires statistics and data. So I now recognize the distinguished ambassador from Antigua and Barbuda. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I'll make two comments. Firstly, with regards to data, I endorse, of course, the points raised by colleagues, particularly the points raised by the representative of CRIF, and recognizing the importance of data. And through the Center of Excellence and its data component, where it is building capacity as well as assisting countries in using and sharing data, if necessary, we would believe that the Center of Excellence would be a very important tool, a very important institution in our environment, with a new direction on how we can strengthen the capacity in the region for the use of data in policy, in planning, and in development. I think that's important because we know that from the experience we had when we were developing the MVI, we know that SIDS were weak on data. Mr. Chair, I was also reflecting on the meeting yesterday and today, and I wondered if this meeting would take some action, some decisive action coming out here, and I would like to call on ECLAC to utilize its convening powers to institute a mechanism for anchoring the sub-region's efforts at achieving resilience prosperity, embodied in Abbas, as we know, through the dynamic balancing of multi-capital wealth from produced capital, natural capital, human capital, and societal capital, all of which we have spoken in the context of private-public and private and public capital and the strengthening of universities and so on. I feel further, Mr. Chair, that in this regards, we at this meeting should call on the meeting, the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the CDCC to endorse the new the financing and the development ideas thrown out here, and the instruments proposed during this session, these sessions. I suggest that we use these which includes endorsing partnerships, which I think somebody spoke of very early yesterday, amongst ECLAC, the Nature Bank, CAF, and Abbas, through its Center of Excellence, as a vehicle to advance South-South cooperation and agree on establishing an implementation oversight committee to engage and produce accountability on progress. As I indicated, Mr. Chair, we need to measure progress. I can provide this in writing in full, but those are the recommendations that I would like to put forward so that we can take this forward and not just have a meeting for talk, as I said in my, and I was very pleased when the chairman said it, after talk, we have talked, it's now time to act. And in order for us to do so, we must measure progress. Whether we are going forward or backward, we need to know so that we can make decisive change of direction in order to assist countries in achieving resilience, prosperity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished ambassador for his intervention and also for his proposal. I would like to put to the floor that we include in the report of the chair the proposal proposed by Antigua and Barbuda. Are there any objections? Hearing none, we will include the endorsements you mentioned in the chair's report, and this will also, the language will also be circulated, if you can provide it to us, so that member states will also have it firsthand. Thank you so very much. I'd just like to give another opportunity for any member states, associate members, to take the floor. I would like to give an opportunity to any regional or international organizations in the back to take the floor for any interventions you wish to make. Are there any takers? Okay, I recognize the distinguished delegate from Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Antigua for their intervention just now, and just to have it on record that Jamaica needs to speak to its headquarters before we can support or not support something. And as such, we just want it on the record that we have not given a yes or a no, because this is something we need to confirm with our headquarters before we can confirm.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. Also keep in mind that it is just the inclusion of the proposal in the report as opposed to a decision. Okay. Colleagues, I would like to, at this point, thank delegations for the interventions, as well as regional organizations, international organizations for their thoughts and views. I would like to thank Ms. Rivas Pina for her presentation and her responses and invaluable insights that enriched our discussion. We will now break for lunch. Before we adjourn, I invite the Secretariat to make any housekeeping announcements which may be necessary. I turn the floor over to Director Rivas Pina.
Okay. Yes, just a reminder about the delegates departing on the 11th and the 12th of December. Please check with the registration desk outside the hub for an important update from the Coordinate Secretariat. Who has to leave on the 11th or on the 12th?
Is that clear for everyone? Okay. Thank you, Director. We will now break for lunch and resume at 2 p.m. sharp. Enjoy.
intellectual property, the things that they would have generated that would have helped all governments over the last 50 years.
Now, CDCC's relevance is, in my view, critical.
To discuss the solutions needed to transform our region.
We share the same realities, we share the same vulnerabilities.
Great ideas emerging out of it, exchange of information, and I think.
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh. Hello? 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 Yeah, David. I trust all that is well. I trust that all is well. As you may be aware, our office will be convening the following 2 meetings. High-level seminar of the 22nd session of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, 8 December 2025. 2, 22nd session of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Yeah. Okay. Still open. Are there any open microphones besides the interpreters? Can you hear me? Too loud. Okay. Too loud.
Hey, Rosano, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, talk.
Yes. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
Go again.
The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. I'm seeing video from a camera. Orally is setting up the stage.
Okay, hold.
Yeah. But the lunch break banner is also up on a separate window. Feedback, okay. Loud feedback. Loud feedback. Loud feedback. Loud feedback. Looping. Huh? Not everybody. We still have to go, but we had to finish test this list.
Yeah.
No, yeah, echo.
Mic check 1, 2. You hear me there now, right? All right, good. 1, 2, 2. I need to make a switch here when we play the video. So check 1, 2, 2, 2. You hear me in the room, right? Good. So, all right.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Check 1, 2, 2.
Yes, but you're not hearing me coming in. I'm not coming in. You hear me? I'm coming in. Right, now, yeah. Okay.
I think we achieved that.
For 50 years, the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee has been supporting the countries of the Caribbean, building a community of policymakers from around the region, opening the discussion forum on development for expert and stakeholder input.
Their publications, intellectual property, the things that they would have.
Actually, yes, I'm going to Check 1, 2, 2, 2. You hearing that in the room? We're good to go. And when the video played, check 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. You hear me, right? Yeah, good. So just leave it as is. Because if you're remote and you hear me, we're good to go. Yes. So if he talks, I'm hearing.
Are you hear me? Great.
So that's where the problem was in terms of just now with the video, because you were on, it was going and coming back in. But I had a few videos, you had it. I am now set up with this.
Environment, Digo Martins, in a river. Bam 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 bam. He's a very good boy. He's a very good boy. Raise your hand and stand for your son. Raise your hand and stand for your son. She's a very good girl. She's a very good girl. Raise your hand and stand for your son. Raise your hand and stand for your son. Raise your hand. 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 Jump up and raise the sun. Jump up and raise the sun. Jump up and raise. Jump up and raise. Jump up and raise the sun. Oh, oh, oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, oh, oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, oh, oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, oh, oh. Jump up and raise the sun down. Jump up and raise the sun down. Jump up and raise. Jump up and raise. Jump up and raise the sun down. Oh, oh, oh. Ha ha ha. 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 Jump up and raise the sun down. Jump up and raise the sun down. Jump up and raise. Jump up and raise. Jump up and raise the sun down. Oh, oh, oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, oh, oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, oh, oh. Ha ha ha. Oh, oh, oh.
Darling, look, it's Christmas, a special time of year. Children can feel love and everyone to share. I don't want the diamond ring, I don't need the fancy chain. The only thing I'm missing is their hearts fun to love you. But the days are getting shorter. That means I'm feeling cold. All these gifts, different trees, they don't mean nothing to me. Give me love, give me love, give me love. La 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 la. La 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 yo yo yo. La 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 yo 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 yo. Give me love, give me love, give me love.
This Christmas gonna be different, all your best things to me. She's the real spending Christmas with my Indian family. Miss Aruba and Musty, Lucy and Chinana. We have a parent group that's practicing already. Daddy, I'm on the lily and little and the land. I'm more, lily and the land. Daddy, I'm on the lily and little and the land. I'm more, little and the land. It go be no harm, no pastel neither to keep. Curry, duck and dal, come and fowl and roasty. Knocking with a blast, we do like and dance. Wishing Merry Christmas and having a ball. Daddy, I'm on the lily and little and the land. I'm more, little and the land. Daddy, I'm on the lily and the land. Okay, more, little and the land. Don't gotta prepare because I know it. I feel a change of planet flowing through the atmosphere. Christmas song keep playing, parent group getting in line. I hope that they bring me exactly what I have in mind. I want a piece of pot. I want a piece of pot. I want a piece of pot for me Christmas. I don't want no money to keep your color low. I want a piece of pot for me Christmas. I want a piece of pot. I want a piece of pot. I want a piece of pot for me Christmas. I don't want no money to keep your color low. I want a piece of pot for me Christmas. Yeah. If you don't have it in stew, a piece I will do. You could put it in pasta, I eat in it as well. I reach in Toronto, go up back to Mexico. Look wherever I go, one thing I want to know. I want a piece of pork. I want a piece of pork. I want a piece of pork for my Christmas. I don't want no money go. Keep your color low. I want a piece of pork for my Christmas. Yeah. I want a piece of pork. I want a piece of pork. I want a piece of pork for me Christmas. I don't want no money go. Keep your color low. I want a piece of pork for me Christmas. Yeah, that.
Buenos días, amigos. Here we are, neighbor. Bring drinks. Bring drinks. Bring containers. Vessels. Forget the chivalry and pass me a vessel. And I want plastic glass in case it fall out my hand. Aye. Oh, my Lord. Yes. Buenos días, amigos. I mean, how are you? Compliment on the season to you. May all your dreams come true. But right now, this is what I want you to do. Bring it on for me, Christmas. Bring it on for my day. People drink a glass, people drink a nip. If you have a bottle, I did bring it out to him. Oh, mamma mia, yo. Why, viva, viva, viva. No carro hay, si apoye, carafio. Baba vida, olida, si no more. Roti and egg. Peanut butter and turkey leg. Who cooked this thing? And it's gonna cabin God. Amigos, a todos I give to you. Carry all I got today, not to see me. But right now, this is what I would like to sing. Bring the rum for me Christmas. Bring the rum for my day. People drink a glass, people drink a nip. If you have a bottle, I didn't bring it out today. Oh, mamma mia, yo. Vaya, viva, viva, viva. In carrual, si acqui, carafio. Baba vida, olida, si no more.
When the season comes around, the air is filled with parantas. This kind of music is our thing. Strongly of much one get us crazy. When the season comes around, the air is filled with parantas. This kind of music is our thing. Strongly of much one get us crazy. So joy is till the morning, paras mas para joy in the fun till the morning, paras mas para. This one is house to house para. Lyman drinks with a piece of pie. Otto can soak a paranga. Competing for the best paranga. This one is house to house para. Lyman drinks with a piece of pie. Otto can soak a paranga. competing for the best around. From joy in the fun and fun till morning. Paras to play till the fun and fun.
Miss Senorita, oh baby, what you want for Christmas? Tell me what you want for New Year. I say I need some. Me chicky chicky. I know you don't like too much fuss. But what you want for Christmas? I get your TV. I get your fridge. I get your stereo. I get your video. Your bed. I get your house. I get your land. I get your van. I want me breakfast in my best now. I don't want no my next word. Give me all that I can think of. I want me breakfast in my bed. I am done. 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 There is no one ask you. It doesn't want to do this. What Christmas time is coming, and everybody getting something. I get your clothing, I get your stove, I buy your car, regular car, I get your jewelry, I get your money, I get your land, you have a man. I want me breakfast in the Tesla. I don't want no man inside. Give me all that I can fix up. I want me breakfast in the bed. I am done. 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 I am done.
It was early this morning, I was lying in the bed. When I hear her calling, it was neighbor Mildred. She come over early, since time but I bed. Please don't say I'm greedy, but I ain't yet. My husband's gone by his mother and left me in a jam. With the belly in the hand, neighbor give me the sound. Neighbor, bring up the town. Never hold bring up the town. Never bring up the town. All I want to do is be bring up the town. I wonder what I mean. Bring up the town. That tastes so good. Bring up the town. Is that not the feels Christmas? Bring up the town. Never hold bring up the town. Never bring up the town. Never hold bring up the town. Bring up the town. Christmas time is trouble if you're trying to hide beneath. Correct it on the table, let the neighbor get close. We betting all day and it's for all night. A little piece of ham, both of days, my stomach right. My husband born like his mother and left me in a jam. Look, my belly in my hand, give me piece of ham. Labor house, bring on the town. Labor, bring on the town. Never bring on the town. Never bring on the town. What I want to do is be bring on the town. I don't want to know what I mean. When I did put so fun, bring on the town. It's another feeling of Christmas. Bring on the town. Never bring on the town. Never bring on the town. Never bring on the town. Bring on the town. morning when I wake, shift up the leg. I'm surprising my husband. Even him my bacon, turkey and bread. But when it comes to chicken, I rolls and I taste it. And even him my roast ball. Even him my roast ball. Don't want no toy. Everybody baking on Christmas morning. If you don't have you, I don't know what you do. I give him my rose ball. Juicy, juicy rose ball. Some palm chow chow. I say that no. It's Christmas morning. Christmas morning. Christmas morning. Christmas morning. Yeah. Santa's leave the North Pole and come down to Trinidad. It's too cold in the North Pole, so he couldn't stay. We come down right away to have some fun in this land of sea and sun. So bless Santa, only the Baba boy, come and get it, share it with every girl and boy. So Santa, no one's a line of place, in a big set for you, Santa, but in all day. So Santa said he intends to have a real good Christmas this time. And the place to be is this country. All them lovely chicks, around music stick. And he said,
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust that we had a good lunch. Silence being consent. It is now, by my watch, 10 minutes past 2. We will start promptly at 12 minutes past 2. So if you know that there are other delegations to come in to the room, now would be a good time to reach out to them. They have less than 2 minutes to be here, please. So at 12 minutes past 2, we will begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates and valued guests. Welcome back. Let us begin the afternoon session by shifting our attention to agenda item 5, CDCC at 50, celebrating Caribbean cooperation, inspiring our future. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. Over the past 5 decades, the CDCC has been a cornerstone of collaboration, resilience, and shared commitment to the subregion's development. We have the opportunity to celebrate our achievements and reflect on the challenges we have faced and lessons we have learned together. We will begin this session with a short video to commemorate the establishment of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee in 1975, the year I was born, by the way, and its key moments, successes, and evolution over the last 50 years. Please go ahead and play the video.
Their publications.
Maybe they need a drum roll. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, let's give them a little drum roll, you know, just tap the desk a little bit. It helps wakes us up at the same time. Yes, so please go ahead and play the video. Oh, he's saying pause. Yeah, they're waiting for me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing it a little later because more people need to be in the room. So I think what is happening is that there's a technical glitch, because if there is going to be a technical glitch and there can be a technical glitch, there will be a technical glitch. So it means we have to get up and stretch. Come on, let's do it. While we wait on them, can we just get up, please? Bahamas? You won all the prizes yesterday, so you have to get up and exercise with us today. Yes, no, we have to stretch. Cuba, Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, can we please get up and just do a little stretch? Guyana, yes. While we wait on, so we're gonna stretch from longer depending on when the video starts. So let us hope the video starts soon. And don't forget that you have to stretch your lower body as well, not just your hands. So the hips, come on, Caribbean people, your hips can move. I disagree with Shakira, hips can lie, but still, what we're hoping is that you'll stay awake. Video man, you ready yet? That means we have to keep stretching. That means we have to touch our toes, guys. Come on. We have to bend down a little bit and touch the toes. I can't reach. No, man, I need to reach. Cuba, I know you can. I saw you dancing last night. So we have to stretch out those hips and everything. Video, are we ready? Not yet, so more stretching, guys. Yes. You would like me to play some salsa?
Things that they would have generated.
Okay, they're ready, so we can see. Thank you.
Their publications,
Save.
intellectual property, the things that they would have generated that would have helped all governments over the last 50 years.
Now, CDCC's relevance is, in my view, critical.
To discuss the solutions needed to transform our region.
We share the same realities, we share the same vulnerabilities.
Great ideas emerging out of it, exchange of information, and I think we achieve that.
For 50 years, the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee has been supporting the countries of the Caribbean, building a community of policymakers from around the region, opening the discussion forum on development for expert and stakeholder input, creating the setting for common positions and joint effort at multinational forums. The gatherings of the CDCC have been groundbreaking and productive, from its inauguration in Chaguaramas, Trinidad, and that first meeting in Havana, Cuba, in 1975. The establishment of the CDCC came at a watershed moment in how Caribbean development issues are tackled within the UN system. Today's meetings of the CDCC fall in the direct lineage of iconic regional leaders, Eric Williams and Fidel Castro. Their positioning, ideas of regionalism, and independent Caribbean thought led a new era of cooperation for action. The CDCC meant thought, programs, implementation, and advocacy for the Caribbean and by the Caribbean. Needs, strategies, and principles determined by the subregion itself. That progress and recognition culminated in 1984, when the Regional Commission's name was formally changed to the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, a testament to the importance of the CDCC and reflecting the broadened scope and increased relevance of the Commission to the subregion. The CDCC serves as a platform for the exchange of experiences and perspectives. As an intergovernmental body, the CDCC provides a forum for dialogue towards enhanced cooperation in support of further development of the Caribbean.
Especially in terms of the work that they would have done in Trinidad and Tobago and Latin America on the whole. But the amount of resources that they have put in, especially in terms of their publications, intellectual property, the things that they would have generated that would have helped all governments over the last 50 years generate an understanding, both in terms of the data that will allow us to make informed decisions across government and especially across Latin America and the Caribbean. But also now that the role that they're playing, and they have played in the past and are playing more so now, so creating that South-to-South engagement, that South-to-South dialogue, that South-to-South connection. ECLAC is an important part of our tapestry, and I can't help but thank all those who would have served in the past, those who are serving now, and of course, wish them a very successful 50th anniversary, and looking forward to working with them as we move this dialogue forward.
Well, CDCC's relevance is, in my view, critical because policy making requires solid analysis, statistical information, data analysis, collection in the first place. It's a weak point in many of our constituencies. We need to work on that. But that information is needed to craft the new policies which will take us further. So we need to be careful that we maintain a level of development while at the same time we address these challenges head on. And this is what I believe the CDCC can do, is to communicate to the policymakers new ways of dealing with these challenges and setting out new directions.
It's where science and research meet in a political forum for a sustainable and progressive outcome. Over the years, the CDCC has facilitated numerous agreements among countries covering trade, diplomatic relations, and technical assistance. Since the early nation of development plans for small island states. As the CDCC works beyond its 50 years, the agenda for small island states is more important than it has ever been. Small island developing states around the world face a bleak future. The discourse following the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS once again places the CDCC's Cooperation Forum at the center of discussion on future Caribbean development.
Are an associate member to the ECLAC. So being here is extremely important for us as more and more realize that we need to be more engaged with the region because we share the same realities, we share the same vulnerabilities, and there is no other way than working together to achieve our common goals. And we share the Caribbean Sea, and the people share the benefit of support from the UN system.
It provided an opportunity for people to exchange and discuss ideas in a very progressive way, in an atmosphere that lent itself to constructive discourse and practical commitments. And no doubt, its central objective is to promote and strengthen economic and social cooperation and integration. There are great ideas emerging out of it, exchange of information, and I think we achieve that.
Dialogue on climate finance, reform of the global financial system, artificial intelligence. The deliberations here will formalize and solidify national and regional positions for the Caribbean at climate summits, South-South cooperation rooms, and the UN General Assembly.
And it has been an important platform forum for the countries of the region to coordinate their cooperation and development and to discuss the solutions needed to transform our region into one that's more sustainable, one that's more climate resilient.
The thoroughness and details of the monitoring committee ensure that the CDCC's decision-making can be efficient and effective. The research at ECLAC Caribbean, CDCC Secretariat, provides the vital support to the vision of the committee. The research, publications, expert group meetings, technical assistance missions, and damage and loss assessments conducted by the office provide the data and serve as the information engines for policymakers in making informed decisions on the sustainable development of the region. As the CDCC celebrates its 50th year, its work in the regional development framework is now more relevant than ever.
Thank you so much for that. And let me just take a minute to explain that I'm sitting in this chair because our chairperson, Minister Swarat Singh, is unavailable at the moment. And we also expected that the person from the BVI, who is also a vice chair, would have been on a plane by now. I see him sitting over there in a different color tie though than from the video. So we'll have a talk about that afterwards. So I'm going to be the chairperson for the afternoon. And as such, I just thought it was important to explain that to you. First of all, I want to say thank you for that meaningful overview of the CDCC's journey. I think it was important because many of us don't know of that journey and the role it has played in fostering regional cooperation. As we continue to commemorate the CDCC at 50, we recall that Cuba and Trinidad and Tobago were two of the principal advocates for the establishment of the CDCC. Building on this history, we will now hear reflections from these two early champions of the CDCC, followed by perspectives from one of our associate members, Curacao, on the present and future of the committee. I now have the honor to invite Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Cuba, His Excellency Gustavo Daniel Veliz Olivares, to offer his reflections. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for the kind invitation. I will speak some minutes on behalf of Cuban delegation that was impossible to arrive to be present in at this meeting. It's my great honor on their behalf to express my appreciation, my colleague, first of all, High Commissioner of Jamaica, colleague here in Trinidad and Tobago, Natalie, Her Excellency Myosotis Riva, neighbors and colleague, Ambassador Garben Peter, and Director I see of Curacao, Vanessa Torres. Nice to meet you. His Excellency Manuel Salazar, good afternoon, and nice to meet you. First of all, I would like to be extending our Caribbean brothers of Jamaica and Haiti our deepest condolences and solidarity for the losses of life and economic losses following the passengers of Hurricane Melissa through their countries. Allow me continue in Spanish, please. Lamentablemente, Cuba, por experiencia propia, conoce bien de estos desastres hidrometeorológicos como el huracán Melissa. Muy recientemente, Cuba también fue impactada en la región oriental de nuestro país por el huracán Melissa, que ocasionó severas afectaciones a la economía y a los medios de vida de la población de estas provincias. Tuvimos que evacuar, aprovecho para comentar, más de 750,000 personas en previsión del paso del huracán Melissa. Pese a los daños ocasionados, este acontecimiento nos ratificó una vez más que la solidaridad, la cooperación y el multilateralismo siguen siendo un fuerte pilar en nuestra región. En este sentido, la delegación de Cuba quisiera aprovechar la oportunidad para agradecer en este foro a todos los países hermanos del Caribe y de otras regiones y organizaciones internacionales, la CEPAL, Naciones Unidas y otras por su apoyo a los esfuerzos del gobierno y el pueblo cubano en respuesta a la situación de desastre ocasionada por el huracán Melissa. Thank you so much. Distinguidos delegados e invitados, la delegación de Cuba agradece la oportunidad de participar en esta 22ª reunión de monitoreo del Comité de Desarrollo y Cooperación, CDCC. De manera particular, agradece la invitación para realizar una intervención sobre la constitución del CDCC, su rol histórico y su futuro. En este sentido, quisiera enfatizar para esta intervención en el papel de la organización en la generación de alianzas y la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. Nuestro país, como fue mencionado en el video, como fundador en 1948 de la Comisión Económica para América Latina, CEPAL, tuvo el beneplácito de ver materializada la creación del Comité de Desarrollo y Cooperación del Caribe, CDCC, en 1975, en virtud de la Resolución 358 como órgano subsidiario permanente. En lo personal, este acto también me recuerda, y aprovecho para comentar, que ayer cumplimos 53 años desde el establecimiento de relaciones diplomáticas con los primeros 4 países del Caribe, Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, Guyana y Barbados. Estos hechos me recuerdan la importancia de las relaciones y lo cerca que estamos o que tenemos que estar entre los países del Caribe. Cuba ha visto crecer y reforzarse el accionar del CDCC, siendo espacio propio para el debate y el intercambio de experiencias, el compromiso con la defensa del multilateralismo y la ayuda mutua entre los países del Caribe, y en específico de los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo. Es preciso que recordemos que el CDCC tiene entre sus objetivos promover y fortalecer la cooperación y la integración económica y social de los países del Caribe entre sí y con América Latina. Promover el aprovechamiento común de la información y experiencias entre sus miembros, la coordinación entre estos con vistas a la adopción de estrategias comunes en materias económicas y sociales. En el año 2015, los estados en la Asamblea General adoptaron por consenso la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, un proyecto ambicioso, pero con una clara definición de objetivos, alcanzar en desarrollo sostenible basado en un enfoque integral de las 3 dimensiones del desarrollo. Desde esa fecha y hasta la actualidad, la agenda del CDCC tiene una alineación con la Agenda 2030, buscando no dejar a nadie atrás. Los países del Caribe, como pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, hemos sido durante años esos los cuales con posibilidades reales, que hemos tenido posibilidades reales de quedarnos atrás. Las especiales condiciones a las que nos enfrentamos, tales como la situación económica, las vulnerabilidades ante el cambio climático y los desastres naturales, sumado a la clasificación mayoritaria de países de renta media o renta media alta, han puesto obstáculos en el proceso de construcción y avance del desarrollo sostenible de nuestras naciones. Es por ello que priorizar al Caribe no puede ser un discurso. Es preciso fortalecer nuestras capacidades y cooperación para superar las especiales vulnerabilidades que nos afectan, y en ello el CDCC ha desempeñado y desempeña un papel muy importante. Es un hecho que los desequilibrios del sistema financiero internacional no proporcionan la estabilidad necesaria para abordar los retos a los que se enfrentan los países del Caribe. Y estos persistentes retos de desarrollo requieren una mayor asociación mundial, una adecuada provisión y movilización de todos los medios de implementación y un apoyo continuado para alcanzar los objetivos acordados internacionalmente. Se debe contar con mecanismos innovadores de financiación que favorezcan el acceso a esquemas de asistencia técnica, el intercambio de conocimientos, capacidades y la transferencia de tecnologías amigables en condiciones favorables para los países en desarrollo y en particular para los países en situaciones especiales como los de renta media o pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo. Ante este escenario hay que facilitar las plataformas y conocimientos y comprensión sobre nuestros desafíos a socios potenciales como una premisa para la creación de alianzas globales, interregionales, regionales y subregionales que permitan el máximo aprovechamiento de los recursos, conocimientos, buenas prácticas, experiencias y tecnologías que están disponibles como medios de implementación de la Agenda 2030 y sus 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, pero también para otras agendas de desarrollo aprobadas. Para la recuperación del Caribe y la creación de la resiliencia, debemos insistir en el cumplimiento por los países desarrollados de sus compromisos internacionales en materia de ayuda oficial al desarrollo, en el entendido de que la financiación para el desarrollo es crucial para la implementación de la Agenda 2030. Celebramos los esfuerzos de las Naciones Unidas y su sistema para el desarrollo en el apoyo y acompañamiento a la subregión y exhortamos a estos y otras organizaciones internacionales y regionales a continuar profundizando en las particularidades del Caribe. Este foro ha sido una buena muestra de cómo los Estados y las Naciones Unidas pueden trabajar unidos y coherentemente hacia objetivos comunes, los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, la atención al medio ambiente y las situaciones de desastre, entre otros, para fortalecer las capacidades de los países en desarrollo del Caribe bajo igualdad de condiciones y con respeto a la soberanía nacional y autodeterminación de los Estados miembros. Distinguidos delegados, panelistas e invitados. Para finalizar, quisiera decir que nuestro país fue uno de los primeros en acoger en septiembre de 2015 los principios acordados en la Agenda 2030 y se comprometió a cumplirlos. Y aún en 2025, con escasos recursos y bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero, como se conoce impuesto por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, seguimos manteniendo ese compromiso. Y pese a estos retos que se nos imponen, Cuba reitera su profunda responsabilidad con el cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y otros compromisos asumidos con la implementación del Programa de Acción para el Desarrollo Sostenible, la estrategia de Mauricio para la ejecución del Programa de Acción para el Desarrollo Sostenible y la Agenda de Antigua y Barbuda. Se ratifica la vocación de nuestro gobierno para la cooperación para el desarrollo, especialmente la cooperación sur-sur, como complemento de la cooperación norte-sur, tomando en consideración la estrecha relación existente entre esta implementación y la Agenda 2030. Tengan confianza que nuestro país continuará compartiendo lo que tenemos y no lo que nos sobra. Concluyo mi intervención agradeciendo a los organizadores en Trinidad y Tobago por la coordinación de esta reunión, especialmente a la CEPAL y la señora Miosotis, directora subregional de la CEPAL para el Caribe, por haber asumido este compromiso con el Caribe y su agenda para el desarrollo sostenible. Este comité es y debe continuar siendo un foro consolidado para fomentar las alianzas en el Caribe. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your reflection. We now invite the Director of the Multilateral Relations Division in the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Garvin Petier, to share his perspectives.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to other members at the table and to everyone. I think we are indeed very fortunate this afternoon. We just enjoyed the eloquence of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Cuba. I am fortunate because that video that was presented earlier provided a very comprehensive overview of the work of the CDCC, and perhaps my presentation may not necessarily need to be any longer than it will be. And we're all fortunate because we just enjoyed, I think, a very sumptuous lunch. Nevertheless, Trinidad and Tobago has been a central figure in the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee from its inception. The committee was launched in November 1975 at the Chaguaramas Convention Center under the leadership of Trinidad and Tobago's then Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, marking an important shift toward development guided by Caribbean priorities. Building on CARIFTA and CARICOM, the CDCC created a new space for regional dialogue, collaboration, and unified action. In 1975, prior to the inauguration of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, Trinidad and Tobago recognized that the Caribbean countries had common geographic, cultural, and historic characteristics, which conditioned the forms and mechanisms for cooperation among them. Their similar economic structures and the common social and economic problems they faced were also acknowledged. This country agreed that it was necessary to strengthen the unity and cooperation of these countries in order to carry out joint activities that would benefit the sub-region's economic and social development and increase its bargaining power as regards third countries or groupings of countries. Cooperation was seen as important to complement the economies of the sub-region and achieve advancement in critical areas such as trade, the obtaining of financial resources, agriculture, tourism, food, transportation, industry, energy, the transfer of technology and technical expertise, health, and education. Trinidad and Tobago supported the view that there was a need for special attention to the relatively less developed and very small countries of the sub-region. It agreed that the countries of the Caribbean were essentially raw material producers and should therefore have a common position on the adoption of measures for obtaining equitable and remunerative prices. It also felt that the countries of the sub-region had the right to exercise sovereignty over their natural resources and economic activities, including nationalization, and that the countries of the Caribbean were united in solidarity against any form of economic action, pressure, or coercion that might be used against one of them for having exercised its legitimate rights. It's also agreed that the activities of transnational corporations in those countries that accepted their operations must be subject to the aims and development and the national interests of the countries of the region. Trinidad and Tobago recognized that the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean had experience in the field of economic and social cooperation that could be of effective assistance to the Caribbean countries in their integration efforts and in their economic and social development. The foregoing factors were instrumental in the decision of Trinidad and Tobago to participate in the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee with the aim of the optimum utilization of the resources of the sub-region to promote its economic and social development. Trinidad and Tobago, as a member of the committee, would be part of projects which would facilitate the development and optimum use of the Caribbean countries' human, natural, industrial, technological, and financial resources. Cooperation would take place in the fields of agriculture, transportation, fishing, education, and public health. Other activities will include training and development of the human resources, cooperation in tourism, and programs of cultural exchange, including sports. This country envisaged that the committee would be invaluable in obtaining financial resources from the international community for use in common projects for the benefit of the region's economic and social development, and in the transfer of technology and scientific knowledge to facilitate the development of domestic technologies. Another role was seen as facilitating better use and protection of the environment, including the preservation of the flora and fauna of the countries of the Caribbean. The committee was seen to have an important role for effective economic assistance in cases of emergencies and situations resulting from natural disasters. Since its inception, Trinidad and Tobago has remained one of the CDC's driving forces. By championing a dedicated Caribbean mechanism within the UN system, the country helped ensure that regional decision-making moved away from external influences towards approaches rooted in sub-regional realities of the Caribbean. Its advocacy has also shaped the CDCC's inclusive character, going beyond the Anglophone Caribbean of its predecessors and bringing Spanish-speaking, French-speaking, and Dutch-speaking members such as Cuba, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic into a wider Caribbean framework. This broad vision later influenced the formation of organizations like the ACS and even the expansion of the Caribbean community to include member states like Haiti and Suriname. At present, Trinidad and Tobago continues to lead meaningfully by hosting several of the CDCC meetings since the inaugural one, showing the country's commitment to advancing regional development within a framework that has been cultivated specifically for Caribbean development priorities. As chair of the CDCC for the period 2024 to 2026, the country guides agenda setting, strengthens policy coordination, and ensures that Caribbean development issues remain visible within ECLAC and the wider UN system. Its leadership has helped focus the committee's work on climate resilience, digital transformation, structural reform, and access to innovative finance, which are all critical areas for the Caribbean small island developing states. Strong national institutions, a long-standing partnership with ECLAC's Port of Spain office, and sustained support for South-South cooperation reinforce its role as a regional leader, as previously articulated by Ms. Joanna Kazana, UN Resident Coordinator in Trinidad and Tobago. These responsibilities are especially important given the region's current challenges such as slow growth, high debt, limited concessional finance, and growing climate impacts. By hosting the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee and the accompanying high-level seminar, Trinidad and Tobago is once again providing a platform for regional problem solving and future development strategies. Priorities such as climate financing, digital integration, and deeper South-South cooperation reflect its practical and strategic vision for addressing the vulnerabilities of Caribbean SIDS. With the CDC marking its 50th anniversary, it is well positioned to use the foundation of achievements to assist in helping to shape new development pathways. The country's aspirations with respect to the CDCC include regional successes in reforms of the global financial system, improve access to affordable liquidity, and durable regional public goods, particularly in digital and climate-resilient infrastructure. Trinidad and Tobago also remains a key bridge among CARICOM, the ACS, and the CDCC, strengthening the regional's institutional coherence. As the CDCC celebrates 50 years, Trinidad and Tobago's focus is not only on its founding role, but on renewing its commitment to deeper cooperation, stronger institutions, and a more unified Caribbean voice. Through continued leadership and a clear development vision, the country will help ensure that the CDC remains an effective platform for economic resilience, social progress, and sustainable growth across the Caribbean region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petier, for your intervention. Quite timely. We now invite Ms. Torre, the Director of the Foreign Economic Division at the Ministry of Economic Development of Curaçao, to make her contribution. Ms. Torre, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I had some slides, but I think I can do it. Oh, there they are. I use this? Yeah, okay, cool. Wonderful. So, Chair, Executive Secretary, Director, distinguished and honorable panelists and delegates, good afternoon. It is a privilege to speak today from the perspective of Curaçao as an associate member of ECLAC, as we celebrate 50 years of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. This anniversary is a moment not only to reflect on what the CDCC has achieved for our region, but to look ahead to the Caribbean future we want to shape together, a future where every island has equitable access to the tools needed for resilience, development, and prosperity. As associate members, we share every vulnerability of small island economies. We face the same hurricanes, the same coastal erosion, the same narrow economic base, and external shocks. And we are fully responsible for delivering development, services, and climate protection for our populations at the island level. But unlike sovereign member states, we are not always direct parties to global agreements and mechanisms. Our constitutional arrangements can limit our ability to access international development and climate finance, even though the responsibility to act rests fully with our own governments. To describe this reality more clearly, I want to draw your attention to a term we believe deserves recognition across the UN system: subnational island jurisdictions, abbreviated SNIs. These are islands that are not sovereign states under international law, but that exercise constitutional authority and carry sovereign-level responsibilities for their populations. In the Dutch Caribbean, Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten, for example, we are autonomous countries within the Kingdom of the Netherlands, responsible for our internal affairs and for securing the resilience and well-being of our island societies. Other SNIs across the Caribbean and the wider world have different governance arrangements, but all share one defining feature: our development challenges must be solved at the island level, even when global systems do not treat us as fully eligible actors. We carry the responsibility for resilience, yet we do not always have the standing or eligibility to access the instruments designed to help countries facing situations identical to ours. Too often, there is an assumption that the metropolitan state will finance every climate adaptation, every infrastructure upgrade, every development priority. But the lived reality is different. These investments must still be made through our own limited fiscal space. And because of our scale, development banks and private investors often overlook us or assume assistance will come from elsewhere. This creates a structural gap between responsibility and recognition that we confront every day. We face the same climate impacts as our sovereign neighbors. Our exposure is the same, and therefore our access to resilience must be the same. Today, eligibility is determined by constitutional structure, not by vulnerability, and that must change if we are to protect all Caribbean communities fairly and effectively. The concept of SNIs has grown from shared experience across our islands and with island jurisdictions globally. We estimate that there are around 100 SNIs worldwide across the Caribbean, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, Europe, and the Arctic. Millions of citizens living on the front line of climate risk and global system shocks. If we do not define our unique situation and advocate for it, no one will. But SNIs are not a weakness in global governance. We are an opportunity. We stand at the intersection of island vulnerability and global connectedness. We can be bridges between island communities and larger economies and between regions of the global south. Curaçao is already collaborating with SNIs in other world regions to co-develop renewable energy models, coastal protection solutions, digital innovation, and creative economic growth. Islands helping islands. This is South-South cooperation in action. Chair, colleagues, We strongly support the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS. Its priorities are directly aligned with ours: resilience, blue growth, digital transformation, and inclusion. We are not asking to change Abbas, we are asking for Abbas implementation to ensure that island responsibilities come with island-appropriate access so that resilience is financed where climate impacts are experienced. We also appreciate the efforts ECLAC has made to include associate members. The integration study of 2017, the development profile of 2024, the SDG coordination work, and successful collaborations such as Aruba's FinTech and AI strategy. These examples show that when associate members are included, progress accelerates. Now is the moment to make that inclusion systematic. On behalf of associate members, Curaçao respectfully proposes the following 4 actions. First, establish an ECLAC or CDCC-led technical work stream on subnational island jurisdictions, or in this case, associate members, to identify institutional and financing barriers and design practical pathways together with our metropolitan partners. Second, strengthen statistical capacity and ensure full inclusion of associate member data in flagship regional studies, enabling better policy and investment decisions. Third, expand development strategy support to associate members in areas where islands can lead, such as the blue economy, digital transformation, circular industry, and creative services. And fourth, reinforce island-to-island cooperation across the United Nations system, positioning the Caribbean as a global hub for resilient island solutions and South-South collaboration. Chair, colleagues, Curaçao, as the associate member, stand ready to contribute constructively to this agenda. We believe the Caribbean can become the world center of excellence for sustainable island development, and associate members, SNAs, are ready to help lead that future. As we celebrate 50 years of CDCC cooperation, let us ensure that the next 50 years embrace every island in our Caribbean family, sovereign or non-sovereign, large or small, so that no island is overlooked because of constitutional complexity. No island should be too small or too politically complex to be climate resilient and prosperous. Thank you very much. This is the portal for the Subnational Island Jurisdiction Coalition. Islands are already signing up to become a stronger platform so we can advocate for subnational island jurisdictions, islands that are not sovereign, to also be included in international financing mechanism for resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Torre, for your reflections. And now I want to invite delegates to share their perspectives on the CDCC's support for addressing development challenges and shaping the sub-region's position on key issues. Now, first, let me just indicate that we will take interventions from delegates first, from member states and associate member states, and then from regional and international organizations and other delegates. And I want to be sure that we include participation from the persons who are attending online. I'm not sure who is manning that online portal, but if you can just let me know if we have anybody online who wants to speak. So I'm going to open the floor. Please don't all rush to speak at once. Any interventions? I know Jamaica had an intervention. I'm Jamaican, actually, if you can't guess. The flag, the accent, not sure, but I know, but is there anyone else before I invite my own country to give an intervention? No, Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Of course, our dear High Commissioner, and Executive Secretary Salazar, distinguished presenters, excellencies, delegates. I'm pleased to join in celebrating the milestone 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, CDCC. which is being commemorated under the theme, Celebrating Cooperation, Inspiring Our Future. I thank the Secretariat for sharing the commemorative video, which has been quite interesting and informative. Distinguished delegates, 50 years in the life of any institution is a momentous occasion that ought to be celebrated. It also provides an opportunity for reflection on the achievements of the organization, as well as for the reshaping, reforming, and repositioning where necessary in line with the global landscape and changing realities. Half a century ago, in 1975, when ECLAC member states took the decision and met to inaugurate the CDCC, it was with an understanding that we not only had shared geography, culture, and history, but also similar socioeconomic challenges that were better addressed collectively. Since then, and in line with its mandate, the CDCC has been actively promoting and strengthening economic and social cooperation and integration among the countries of the Caribbean and the wider Latin American region in support of efforts to address the development challenges faced by the sub-region. Today, the collective approach, which was at the heart of the CDCC at its founding, assumes even greater significance as we grapple with new and emerging threats to our development. Chair, as a long-standing and committed member of ECLAC, Jamaica was pleased to welcome the establishment of the CDCC 50 years ago and continues to value its work that has, among other things, provided data and recommendations that serve to guide Jamaica's policy responses to global economic fluctuations. The CDCC has also provided a meaningful platform for Caribbean countries to explore solutions to the barriers they face as small island developing states to achieving sustainable development. In addition, the CDCC has been instrumental in strengthening overall cooperation and people contact through meetings such as this. We thank ECLAC for its ongoing technical assistance and support that has facilitated the Caribbean's participation in these important meetings, which bring together high-level officials as well as technical experts in various fields for important dialogue. Jamaica highly commends the work conducted by ECLAC, and in particular the CDCC over the years on overall research and analysis on a range of issues such as climate change, climate financing, development issues, special vulnerabilities and challenges of SIDS, digital transformation, gender equality, and capacity building, as well as cooperation on the successful implementation of the SDGs. The region has certainly benefited from the CDCC's work, which has contributed to the positive steps made to advance the implementation of our respective national development goals for the betterment of our peoples. On this important occasion, we pay homage to past and previous administrations and staff. We commend the Executive Secretary Salazar, for his leadership at this important juncture in the organization's history. We're pleased that one of our very own, Ms. Diane Corliss, a former member of Jamaica's Foreign Service, has served the organization with distinction for many years in the capacity of Chief of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, and was instrumental in providing guidance to ECLAC's development of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index to facilitate greater access by Caribbean countries to concessional finance from multilateral development banks. I use this opportunity to reiterate Jamaica's congratulations to Ms. Rivers Pina, I hope I've pronounced it correctly, on her recent appointment in the post, and to assure her of Jamaica's ongoing support in the conduct of her duties. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, as we chart ahead to the next 50 years and beyond, we look forward to CDCC's support in helping us to navigate the various threats which pose a clear and present danger to our ability to achieve sustainable development. We also support continued advocacy and support from the CDC in highlighting the vulnerability and special circumstances of the region. Given the important work being undertaken by the organization, we would recommend, if there is room for improvement, that a greater effort be used to ensure that we sensitize the public to the important role and work of the organization. In closing, I reiterate Jamaica's commitment to this important organization and extend best wishes for many more years of partnership towards the development of our region. Happy 50th anniversary, CDCC.
Thank you so much, Delegate from Jamaica. Anyone else, any other member state or associate member state with any comments? Yes, Grenada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I join on behalf of the government of Grenada to extend thank you to the Executive Secretary, Mr. Salazar, and his team, not only for the invitation for us to participate, but for the sterling support we received from the CDCC. Today, as we were watching and viewing the special presentation, video presentation, where we were given more information about the first years of CDCC, we pause to say thank you to the leadership of Cuba and Trinidad and Tobago. Last year, Grenada celebrated its 50th years of independence. And there's one word that came out of that process that as we are participating in this meeting seems to be the same, and that word is transformation. And as we extend our solidarity and congratulations, the key words throughout this conference are solidarity, multilateralism, and cooperation. The year of 2030 is just 4 years from now, where we must realize the Sustainable Development Goals. And from where we sit in Grenada, the efforts that we are making towards the achievement of these goals would not have been possible without the excellent and sterling support of ECLAC. We benefited already, as I mentioned before, for training for over 85 public officers in the process of project management and writing of concept notes. We benefited from the technical assistance through ECLAC team, the regional team, in terms of training persons from various ministries, over 35 persons in post-disaster needs assessment. We benefited from technical assistance to train persons in damage and needs analysis. Because we do believe in data-informed policymaking, and we subscribe to the philosophy that data is a science. And we want to use this opportunity to continue to call on ECLAC not to leave us and leave the region in terms of the technical assistance program, because with all these in-between training, the budgets that we have for our central statistical offices in the region is insufficient to meet the demands for data to drive the development we want. And so as we commemorate 50 years of CDCC, we believe that commendation is in order for the partnership, for the solidarity, for staying with us in the region and working with us to build capacity to realize our own development. There's a statement I would like to close with, and I heard it throughout this conference. And that is that as a Caribbean region, we do not want to be a beneficiary alone. We want to be part of the architecture of the future that we want. May the CDCC continue to grow from strength to strength, and you can definitely count on the support and partnership of the government and people of Grenada. Thank you for the invitation and hosting us, and may God bless your organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grenada. Is there anyone else? Oh, so I have a statement here that I'm supposed to read for, yes, Mr. Wheatley from the BVI, who had to step away. And I wanted to just quickly read the comment that he wanted at this point. And then after that, I'm going to ask if there are any online comments or anyone from any other organizations who want to speak, please indicate. All right, so now I read. The BVI congratulates the CDCC on its 50th anniversary, which is an important milestone in the life of this body. I commend Trinidad and Tobago for their vision and the steps they took to establish the CDCC. Its relevance and renewal is more important than ever as a multilateralism comes under increased strain. For the small island developing states of the Caribbean, multilateralism based on sovereignty is critical for our survival. In fact, we must be more committed than anyone else to these fundamental principles. The CDCC is a critical element of our participation in the multilateral system at the regional level. It is also an important vehicle by which we can dialogue with each other and engage collectively with the UN system and other development partners on sustainable development and socioeconomic transformation of our region. The CDCC has also been a platform for its associate members who are an integral part of the sub-region. While we also need support, we are contributing to the intergovernmental processes of ECLAC in a meaningful way. The British Virgin Islands is proud to be a vice chair of the CDCC and has been an associate member since 1986. We are also very proud to serve as vice chair of the 40th session of ECLAC and as a vice chair of the second regional conference on South-South cooperation. It's weird for me now to say Madam Chair, but as we look ahead, let us work more closely together via the CDCC on the basis of our priorities as small island developing states. This body can only be what we make of it, so let us squeeze every bit of support and activity out of it. Once again, the BVI congratulates the CDCC on this milestone 50th anniversary. So those words I just read were on behalf of Mr. Wheatley, the delegate who had been here for the BVI. Can we please just see if there's anyone online who wants to make any comments? No? Okay. Anyone from the back? Any international or regional organization that wants to make a contribution? No? Any other member or associate member? All right, so I just want to say here that in the presentations that were made previously, I made some notes here, and I'll start with Cuba because they spoke first. Cuba said, sharing what we have and not what is left over. That hit me like a brick. And I want to say thank you, Cuba. Thank you. Now, Mr. Petier, from Trinidad and Tobago, you reminded us that our sense of unity and cooperation in this sub-region needs to be strengthened. And you also reminded us that lesser developed countries do need special attention. And we have to always keep that in mind. So thank you for the reminders. And Ms. Torre, you spoke as an associate member and you reminded us of the importance and that you're experiencing what you're experiencing, whether you're a full member or an associate member. And sometimes it's these reminders that we need to have. And you said, if we do not advocate for ourselves, no one else will. So thank you for that as well. And with that, I want to just say, delegates who are here, I want to express gratitude to you for your thoughtful reflections. Some of you spoke, some did not. But however, I know that you have left with food for thought from the presentations that were made. And I want to thank you all for the thoughtful reflections of the CDCC's 50 years of service to the sub-region. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to agenda item 6. You can keep my company. You don't have to leave, you know, Miss Story. You don't have to leave. You can keep us company for a little while longer. Because in this section, we only have one speaker. And so I'm sure she'd love the company up here, as I would. So please, I'm going to ask you just to stay with us. And distinguished delegates, we will now proceed to agenda item 6, which is the implementation of the 2024 Program of Work for the Caribbean. I'd like to remind delegates that sub-program 12 of the ECLAC Program of Work is devoted to sub-regional activities in the Caribbean, so very relevant to us. We, the members of the Monitoring Committee, will be expected to review the work done by the Port of Spain office for the benefit of our member states and associate members, and signal any shifts in priority that we would wish to see addressed during 2026. Without further ado, I would like to hand the proceedings over to the Chief of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean to present on the implementation of the 2024 Program of Work for the Caribbean. Ms. Rivas Pena, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the invitation, and distinguished delegates, and also distinguished participants of this meeting. I will proceed to the presentation of the implementation of the Program of the Work 2024 and part of the 2025. No, and where the office were led by Ms. Quarles. So there is a lot of work. I read all these things that were doing in the 2004 and in the beginning of the 2005, and there is a lot. It's a lot. So like. Also, I will share with you the activities are now put for undertaken by the office and in the 2024. So we ends touch briefly on some of the work that we have done or are doing in this year, and highlight a few significant initiatives for 2026. The program of work, it's covered 5 main thematic areas: research and analysis, meetings, technical cooperation and sustainable development, capacity building, and projects. So to respond to the first one, that is related to research and analysis, you can see here in the screen different activities, and I'm going to make a brief of a few of them. For example, the building post-pandemic economic resilience by diversifying tourism. And as you know, the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrate how the reliance on tourism made many Caribbean countries vulnerable as tourism collapsed and revenue disappeared. This research analyzed the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the tourism sectors of the 3 Caribbean countries, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Lucia, and propose strategies for economic diversification, which will contribute to long-term economic recovery in the sub-region. Also, there was a study conducted on population and development in the Caribbean to 2018-2023. The Montevideo Consensus, that is the ECLAC Consensus, serves as a framework for addressing various socioeconomic and demographic challenges in the region, emphasizing the need of inclusive and sustainable development. The study examined issues such as the status of demographic trends and their implications for development in the Caribbean countries, and highlighted the importance of population dynamics in shaping sustainable development strategy. It assesses the progress and challenge related to population and development issues in the Caribbean, and provide recommendations for strengthening institutional capacity and intersectoral cooperation. Another study that we want to highlight here is the assessment of a few urban expansion in Caribbean small island development states. Rapid and often unplanned urban expansion is a significant problem in the Caribbean, since it leads to changes like traffic congestion, pollution, strain of infrastructure and services, and a rise in the number of informal settlements. This study was undertaken to analyze the patterns and implications of urban expansion in Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, and address critical issues related to urbanization, including understanding urban growth and evaluating social, economic, and environmental impact. It is also provide policy recommendation to facilitate a better understanding of urbanization trends and fostering sustainable urban development in the Caribbean. Artificial intelligence readiness in the Caribbean was another study. A proactive adoption of AI can improve public services, increase efficiency, and build resilient economies and security systems. The study assesses the current state of AI readiness in the Caribbean to provide governments with a comprehensive overview of the Caribbean capabilities and potential in this field. This will help decision makers make informed decisions about future development in this area. I would explore how AI can be leveraged for economic growth, social development, and improving public services, and provide guidance and recommendation for policymakers to enhance AI readiness and facilitate strategic investment in technologies. The next topic or thematic area is about meetings. You know that we realize a lot of meetings regarding to the expert group meeting, but also seminars, and also the main session of our flagship, that is the CDCC, the boss meeting, the MONCON, and also the CDCC ministerial session. So it was conducted the 30th session of the CDCC, commemorating the 30th anniversary of a ministerial session in the CDCC. Senior government officials gave attention to rethinking and transforming Latin America and Caribbean development model to make it more productive, inclusive, and sustainable. Also, member state gave attention to accelerating implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for small island development state, following the 4th International Conference of Seats in May in Antigua and Barbuda. Addressing the sustainable development challenge of associate member state also was an important topic for that meeting. Another meeting that we want to highlight was the 8th Caribbean Development Roundtable. The theme for this important meeting, that is before the CDCC ministerial meeting, was confronting the challenge to resilient growth and sustainable development in the Caribbean. Among other things, the two-day roundtable explored operationalizing the multi-dimensional vulnerability index and addressing data needs, improving access to innovative climate financing, scaling up the improving productivity development policy for a more inclusive and sustainable future. Economic diversification as the key driver of growth and development in the Caribbean was also another of the topic that was part of that Caribbean Roundtable. And in terms of human capital formation in the Caribbean, this meeting specific enhancing human capital formation is crucial for the economic growth of the Caribbean, meeting labor market needs and being competitive and aligned with emerging global trends. This meeting provides a platform for dialogue and knowledge sharing among experts and stakeholders to strengthen human capital formation in this region. The meeting discussed the current challenge facing human capital development in the Caribbean, such as an inadequate education system, skill mismatches in the labor market, and a high youth and unemployment rates. The meeting emphasized the importance of data collection and research to inform policy decisions and track progress in human capital development. The meeting also agreed on several policy recommendations aimed at improving human capital formation, including strengthening partnerships, enhancing academia's curricula, and fostering innovation in education. Finally, in the issues of meetings, we want to highlight the meeting harnessing artificial intelligence and digital government. ECLAC convened this meeting of experts to explore and promote the use of artificial intelligence and digital governance as essential tools for the sustainable development and Caribbean and resilience in Caribbean seats. The meeting emphasized the needs of government to evolve from digital to smart governance while taking note of the key challenges like cultural barriers, human resource capacity, and the need for improved data infrastructure. Regarding to the technical cooperation and sustainable development, ECLAC has been provide technical assistance and advisory support to various CDCC members upon request during the 2024, including a special needs policy and company bill, to the Minister of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disability of St. Kitts and Nevis, to strengthen social policies, including updating the special needs policy and drafting a company bill to enhance the right and protection of persons with disabilities. Trade and investment opportunities, to the Directorate General of the Foreign Trade of Belize in identifying emerging competitive advantage, expanding export opportunities, and addressing key trade-related challenges of the industry related to the agro-productive sector. Data gaps and SDG progress, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development of Grenada in identifying data priorities which support the production of official statistics and facilitate the implementation of sustainable development goals. National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, to the Minister of Education and National Reconciliation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with the development of a national science, technology, and innovation policy. Regarding to the capacity building, the office also contribute to the building of national capacities in Caribbean through workshops and seminars. I want to start with the one from digital government to smart government. ECLAC delivered a course from digital government to smart government, targeted to public administration professionals, technicians, and managers from 11 English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean countries and territories. Its aim was to build the capacity of the public administration stakeholder to provide citizen-focused solutions to advance evidence-based decision-making and data-driven policies to create public value and path toward a resilient, smart government in the Caribbean. With the technical support on data and statistics of decision-making capacity building, we organized a masterclass in data and statistics for decision-making for members of both chambers of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago to highlight the importance of equality and statistics in informing decision-making in the public sector and to underscore the role of parliamentarians in creating and enabling legislative environment for the production, dissemination, and the use of quality official statistics in a timely manner. Global guidelines to strengthen geospatial information management, a national workshop on the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework was organized to promote the implementation of the UNIGF as a tool for advancing national geospatial information management. This capacity building workshop focused on integrating geospatial information with other data for sustainable development in small development states. Introduction to the Computable General Equilibrium Modeling, a workshop introducing Computable General Equilibrium Model with a focus on trade and tax policies, was held early in the year for professionals across multiple sectors, and from Belize, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and a similar workshop was held in the year of 2024 in Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, Belize, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Trinidad and Tobago. And the last one for capacity building is processing, analysis, and dissemination of census and survey data. The office held a workshop on the use of Readatan for census data dissemination and surveyed microdata for staff of the Statistical Office of Belize and Jamaica. This will allow them to better disseminate their census and survey microdata. Regarding to projects, the office has been involved in different projects, and I want to highlight the Building Back Better in Tourism-Dependent Caribbean Economies Post-COVID-19 that ends in 2025. This project aims to identify with rigorous analysis the major impact of the pandemic on tourism sector and those countries and those industries, my apologies, which provide goods and services to this sector in the 6 tourism-based economies of Caribbean: Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. During the 2024, this project focused on advancing a policy framework for guiding future growth in the beneficiary countries through development, resilience building, and diversification of the tourism industry and the economy. ECLA also conducts training to enhance entrepreneurship and related business activity and provide opportunities to women, youth, and rural or community-based entrepreneurs in St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mobilizing external financial resource project COVID-19 also ends in 2025. This project is implemented together with the UNTAC and ACA. ECA seeks to build a capacity in 4 beneficiary seats: Belize and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also Cabo Verde and the Union of Comoros in Africa, to identify climate investment needs, align development priorities with external financial options, and design and implement innovative financial instruments that promote sustainable and climate resilience development. Finally, in the case, no, the third is the innovation, digital government transformation, and changing the mindsets in the Caribbean seats that is supposed to end in the 2027. This project is implemented by UNDESA and the Caribbean Center for Administrative Development, CARICAD, aims to strengthen public sector national capacity for innovation, digital government transformation, and changing mindsets in 3 Caribbean seats post-COVID: the Bahamas, Guyana, and St. Lucia. A workshop on the use and implementation of UNDESA digital government capability assessment, as well as on changing mindsets for innovation and digital transformation, was organized in St. Lucia. Presentations were also made by ECLA on public value and the role of technology and by CARICAD on public sector transformation and policies that can support it. In the Bahamas, the full team conducted a preliminary assessment, analyzed gaps and challenges, identified opportunities and options to improve changing mindsets for innovation and digital transformation, including the Bahamas National Development Plan and how it relates to the public sector modernization. And the last one for project was strengthening capacity to design and implement policy to enhance Caribbean seats that also will end in 2027. This project aims to strengthen national capacities to advance the transformational change needed to address the economy, social, and environment crises and shocks that may confront target countries. By leveraging the policy space that CARICON and the OECS offer, the project will also provide a sub-regional platform for escalating lessons learned to other Caribbean seats for synergistic implementation of the SDG and the AVAS, and was launched in November 2024, and the implementation wrapped up in 2025. Maybe I want to also to take the opportunity to talk about just a little bit of the different activities that we were conducted and in 2020-25. Maybe for those who are in the table, this is possible maybe to read. I'm going to take advantage of my laptop to read it also from my laptop. But just to mention different activities that we are engaged, like an analysis of foreign exchange, trade and storage, facilitating financial inclusion through electronic fund transfer. We are also working and measurement of poverty, sarcasm, responded to sarcasm influence, reviewing the 2020 census round, as I mentioned in my previous presentation, regional action on technology facilitate gender-based violence that was conducted together with UNFPA and parliamentarians. So this is something very innovative, how to address the gender-based violence in this digital area, and also the women that are on politics and politics. And also maybe to mention the last one, and opportunities and risks in fintech that was mentioned before as part of the support that we are giving to the member state. And also I want to share like for my member I came last June, as I mentioned before, and I am taking advantage of a different project. You know that as UN, we are in a critical situation about funding, but with the possibility with the project, I was have the opportunity to visit different countries like Grenada, St. Lucia, or the opportunity to engage with the member state in different regional meetings, like the Regional Conference of Women last August in Mexico, and to the Regional Planning Council that it was held in Brazil last October. Also, we are doing a lot of, we're doing a lot of meetings, virtual meetings with all the ECLA division, because as we mentioned yesterday, and the ES has mentioned before, we needed also to deliver ECLAS as one to the Caribbean. So this is important an issue, how to know how other our headquarters or maybe Mexico are addressing also projects to the region, and we needed to be better coordinating in trying to take the effort and not put a more burden to our member state that sometimes the division knock the door without the Caribbean office to know about it. So this is important, more coordination between ECLAT. So those all division, and I maybe want to highlight in terms of the ILPES, that is the economic and social planning for maybe moving to the next year. We are going to have different courses online that addressing territorialities, vulnerabilities. Also, we are engagement with prepare the damage and loss assessment that was conducted in Jamaica as a pilot, and there was now a part of the support that we can provide to the government with the Hurricane Melissa. So we are doing also a lot of work and try to coordinate better to serve you better into the 2026. How looking like maybe ahead to the 2026. There is a lot of also planning, and for me, and maybe this is something that we are talking with our executive secretary. You know that UN is in a situation that it's a lack of resources, and we are trying to do our best not to have an office to give you support that you need, and also that is not sometimes. It's not true that you can do more with less. No, so but for the next year, issues and some projects about economic development and regional integration, that is a very important issue. And you raised yesterday, you raised today, ICT for development. That is also part of that you are telling us today. And yesterday, social development is statistics for sustainable development, Caribbean SIDS and SDGs, environment, science and technology as part of the agenda. So Chair, I end my presentation here. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas Pena, for your presentation on the important work being undertaken by ECLAC in the Caribbean. Now, the floor is open for comments or questions, including from the three members who are so nice to stay with us up here and keep companies. You're free to, and actually, if you have anything to say, we're happy to hear it as well. on the work being done. So does any member state have anything to say? Anyone online? I can't see the online portal, but if there's anyone who has anything to say or questions to ask, anything from online? No? No, okay. Anyone here on the floor with any questions, comments, feedback on the presentation we just had? Okay, yes, Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Director, for a very rich presentation. Madam, I was wondering though, the UN is undergoing, as we speak, a major reform program dubbed UN80. I happen to be in the mouth of the lion. I happen to be right there and very much involved and aware of the discussions. It has major regional impact. It has major impact at the national level, and it has significant impact at headquarters. I was wondering though, from your perspective, what is the best case scenario? What is the worst case scenario we face at the regional level? How are you guys preparing for it? And what actions might you be taking to address the impact of UN80, because it has impact at the level of employment, our personnel, it has impact programmatically, and it has impact in operations, the way you work. So I'm just wondering, what is the worst case scenario that we face, and what should we expect in this changing landscape that UN80 is presenting to us? We have said it's not an accounting exercise. It's much more than that to us. And therefore, it's more the issues that hit us from that presentation that you made that concerns me and my country as we look at 2026 and beyond. So I just thought you might want to reflect a little bit on that, because it's not business as usual. It cannot be.
Thank you for that intervention. I'm going to ask the Executive Secretary to respond to that. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you very much, first of all, for all the round also of comments. And I think, as you said, Ambassador, this was a very rich presentation because it's a very rich work that we do at the service of the Caribbean member states. Well, your question takes us into the hard realities of what's been happening in the United Nations. As you know, there was this initiative by the Secretary General, which was partly because, as he has explained, it is important for the United Nations to reform, to be fit for purpose, to get efficiencies and so on. But partly, of course, it is also a response to the realities of financing in terms of the member states. I think you all know pretty well what has been going on, but let me tell you, in answer to the question by His Excellency the Ambassador, that we were requested, together with all the other agencies in the Secretariat, which include the other economic commissions for Africa, for Arab countries, the Pacific, etc. There was a request formally for us to revise our budget for 2026 with a reduction of 20% in the budget in monetary terms, and also 20% in staff, in personnel. In ECLAC, the figure is that the staff in Santiago, plus the regional office here, plus Mexico, plus the 5 very small national offices that we have, was 480 positions. That's the size of ECLAC, 480 positions, regular budget. The request to reduce 20% is almost 1 out of every 5 people that work in ECLAC. That would have been 96 positions. Obviously, a very, very big hit if that had been the scenario. Now, we work very intensely with the other regional commissions and so on. There was in the memo a special clause saying that those entities that work in the field supporting member states and so on might be considered for an exception. Not for an exception like you continue business as usual, but for a reduction less than the 20% that was requested. To make a long story short, and after all the conversations, consultations, and of course dialogue with including the Secretary General, who knows very well the role of ECLAC and the different regional commissions and so on, the final deal for us, finally in inverted commas, because I'm going to continue with the story, was a 10.5% reduction in budget and a 12.5% reduction in staff, in personnel. That 12.5% reduction in personnel is 60 persons. So that means we're going to have 60 positions abolished next year. That's the hit. And that's, I mean, this is the proposal of the Secretary General to countries. Countries are the one, member states are the ones that will decide before the end of this year, that is very, very soon, whether they're going to accept or they're going to revise. If you ask me, it seems that because we've gone through several hurdles already, that it's very likely that countries will basically, because there are many other moving parts and aspects, of course, in the proposals, that probably this will go through in that way. Now, we had a bilateral meeting with the ambassador yesterday. I was explaining to him that out of these 60 positions, 41 had been vacant. You know, in the last 2 to 3 years, the financial situation of ECLAC had been hitting, and we were increasing. We had a above normal amount of vacant positions. So you could say that out of these 60, 41 were already vacant. So we had lost that capacity, at least temporarily. Now we're going to lose it permanently, plus the other 19 positions are going to be lost. Now, that's chapter number 1. Chapter number 2 is that there has been early retirement program, as you probably know, to all the United Nations. The objective of the early retirement program is to try to offer an alternative of early retirement with some financial remuneration, of course, to all those people whose positions are going to be abolished. Actually, in the whole of the UN, 2,600 people applied for early retirement. This is a massive shock, I mean, for the UN, you can imagine. In the case of ECLAC, and this is chapter 1, which I'm worried about, we had 47 people that applied for early retirement. This is in addition, well, there's an overlap with a few of the vacant positions, I mean, of the occupied positions, the encumbered, but so that's a very high number for a relatively small organization. Not all of them are going to be accepted. The final decision is with New York. A lot will depend on the funds available. Certainly, those that will be accepted will be the people whose positions are going to be abolished, which is going to be around 10 or 12. To answer your question, the worst case scenario, Ambassador and dear delegates, is that the United Nations maintains the hiring freeze, because the 60 abolished positions, plus the people that whose early retirement applications will be accepted, will leave us with a very high percentage of vacant positions next year. And if we cannot fill them, if we cannot rehire, then that's a very bad scenario. I'm very worried. That's what really, that makes me very worried, because then that wouldn't put it there like, Now, let me tell you quite transparently the situation with the Caribbean office. The Caribbean office, before the budget revision, had 44 staff, regular budget. With the revision, is going to shift to 36. So it's going to lose 8, of which 3 were encumbered and 5 were vacant, and of which 1 was a P position and the other was, 7G position. Okay, but this is going to be 8. This is the proposal within the bigger picture that I just described. And in the early retirement program, we had 13 applications from colleagues that work in the office. Now, the situation is that we had a relatively high vacancy rate. So, I mean, the worst case scenario in the Caribbean is that we had, 48, 8 abolished, and if the 13 are approved, then we are like half the capacity of the office. That's the worst case scenario. That's a bad scenario. So that's why, again, it is critical that the countries and, the organization could approve hiring again next year, because then if these 13 people leave, that's still to be seen, because of the early retirement program, we can substitute them and go back to 36 field positions. So that would be the level of capacity, and that's the best scenario we could have. Chapter number 2. Chapter number 3, there is an exercise, as you know, that continues to be related with the UN80, the work stream 3 and the work stream 2 on mandates, and the work stream 3 is on mergers and restructurings and so on. There are 2 exercises that potentially could also affect us down the road, depending on what is agreed. But of course, ultimately, it has to be approved by governments, which is, one is called the regional reset, and the other is called the UN country team reconfiguration. There are a lot of things that are being discussed, and it depends, what is decided. That could, again, affect partly the mandates of the regional economic commissions and partly, the resources. But it could affect maybe for good or maybe for bad, or we continue. But in the shifting paradigm document of the Secretary General, you would read that, and that's a good news, that the concept is that the regional economic commissions are very important, that we do important work at the regional level. And there are certain ideas about co-location of some resources, giving us a role to work in a more integrated way in the 3 pillars of the UN, that is not just on development, but also on humanitarian and also on security issues and so on. But these are general ideas. There hasn't been, specific proposals, even much less a decision about, this is ongoing work. So, so this is what I can tell you. It's a complex process, and it has different expressions for different funds and programs and agencies of the United Nations. But this is a story that I can tell you the way it is affecting, or it might affect, regional economic commissions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Salazar. I think he has laid it out quite clearly. We should take this information back to our headquarters, because our countries are member states, and I think they're asking for our support with what the final thing is. So you've gotten this information, and we do ask that it is taken back to our headquarters. Now, are there any additional questions? But let me first ask, Ambassador from Antigua and Barbuda, do you feel your question was answered?
it was to share information so that we all as member states are aware of what's going on and the challenge we have, because the programs that outlined to us are important and very useful. But I felt it was necessary that the body, all of us here, ministers and colleagues, are aware that there is a challenge, and if we are to fulfill that ambitious program, then we ought to know that the current circumstances may prohibit that, or we may have to play a very strong role of advocacy to make sure that we do not lose what we believe is really important to the region. So yes, in that context, it was answered.
Thank you so much. So basically, you were the devil's advocate to try and pull information to be shared with everybody. That's how I'm summarizing what you did, yeah? Thank you. All right, so I'm going to just hand the mic back over to Mr. Salazar. I'm not going to make any attempts with the other name. So Mr. Salazar, so could you please go ahead?
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I really appreciate, I'm grateful for the question, because I think it's important for us to share this information with all of you. You know, this is a reality, this is happening. It's better that, I mean, and you are going to be, your governments deciding about the proposals in New York, etc. I just want to add one argument that I've been doing with colleagues in the UN, with the colleagues in the other economic commissions, and certainly with some of the conversations with the governments. It's just a general thought, but I think it's important. You know, when you look at the figures of the budgets in the UN, and for instance, the figure of the whole secretariat, you know, this is without taking into account, you know, the ILO or the World Health Organization, just the secretariat, is around $3.9 billion. $3.9 billion. A lot of things, all the administration, a lot of things. The budget of ECLAC, before the revision that we were asked to do, is $62 million. This is our annual budget, $62 million out of $3.9 billion. The other regional economic commissions are similar. So what I've been saying, and you know, and it's an important thought, that if we had been removed 20%, this is like 11 million out of the 62 million. In the end, we were removed 6 million. But the contribution of this to the overall financial situation is, it's very small. So the point here is that, like the trade specialists, and I know you're all familiar with this, because special and differential treatment for small economies, you know, there should be some kind of special and differential treatment for small entities. You know, if you know, it's very different. If ECLAC were, you know, $500,000 and so on, well, okay. But, you know, if you're 62 and you're removed 20%, that is a massive impact on capacity to deliver on the services we provide. So I just wanted to leave you with that thought, because I think it's important in the present environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Someone else playing devil's advocate. Thank you so much. I just want to thank you all. Oh, Grenada, sorry. Did you have something to contribute at this point?
Just a question, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. Because of the answers presented by Mr. Salazar, I just wanted to ask why donor coordination was not on the list for activities 2026. The question I wanted to ask was already presented by Antigua, and I'm grateful for the response received. But because of the realities, the new geopolitics, if I may say it like that, and the geopolitics and the realities of the freezing of hiring, etc., in the list for activities 2026, I would like to suggest we include donor coordination so that we can take advantage of other agencies with the realities that we faced. And I just want to give an example in terms of when we received the UN Development System support for the post-disaster needs assessment. it was based on the global agreement between the UN, the EU, the World Bank, which was helpful so that following the passage of Hurricane Beryl, we didn't have like on Monday you have FAO, on Tuesday you have World Bank, on Wednesday. So that coordination, I think, will help us with the reduction in terms of staff and reduction in budget. And I would not like to see it implied because there are 5 or 6 activities, but I think we need that conversation in terms of how can we leverage existing or leftover budgets, if we may call it like that, to see how we can pull together to encourage the technical assistance and the general support we get from ECLAC to remain. I just wanted to submit for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that intervention. While it would be most fitting in the next area, because it's about invitation to delegates to raise issues not previously discussed, I'm going to allow Mr. Salazar just to give some brief response to that, Grenada. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you very much for that intervention to the distinguished delegate from Grenada. Just a couple of things. Of course, the role of donors or partners is crucial. You know, we at ECLAC, for instance, have, you know, from the European Union, we have Germany, we have Spain, we have, you know, a list of important donors that expand our capacity to provide technical assistance in a number of areas. And I think the idea of having, you know, donor coordination and so on is important. These donors and their respective kind of collaboration agencies are pretty clear about what each one of them do, and we have that quite transparently also in our reports, you know, how much is the contribution. But what I wanted to say is that, and this is a classic topic, you know, in kind of development assistance, this does not really substitute for the losses of staff with the regular budget. Because, you know, the staff for regular budget, say in ECLAC, has a number of responsibilities. They, you know, part of the staff, part of the time is to act as secretariats for the different intergovernmental bodies. This is an example. This is an intergovernmental body, and of course, there is, look at all the all the stuff here, all the preparations, and so on. And we have like 14 intergovernmental bodies. You know, the meeting of ministers of finance, the Sustainable Development Forum in April. We have the meeting of ministers of social policy, etc. So, a proportion of the time of the staff goes to that. Another proportion goes to write the flagship reports, all these reports that you saw, all these publications, you know, of course, they demand time. There has to be left some time for research, because if we don't do research, we lose whatever intellectual leadership and new ideas we can do. And of course, there is a 4th or 5th line, which is the technical assistance to the countries. But also managing the projects. I mean, having projects from Germany and from, you know, so on, this requires administration, management, you know, coordination with the governments, coordination of the technical assistance missions. Sometimes these reports, you know, you have to hire consultants, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm trying to say is that the discussion of the regular budget of any UN entity is important in itself, and one cannot completely, there is even a vulnerability to the extent that, you know, there is a good, healthy amount of donors behind an operation. If that operation loses the technical staff, or if we lose the donor, then suddenly one could have a reduction in capacity for technical assistance, which could be very abrupt. So there has to be a balance between, you know, what is the regular budget and what can be the portfolio of donors that support an operation. But we are grateful with these donors because we actually have maintained, and many of these countries, over several years, you know, we renovate, and I mean, there's a risk now because, as you know, all the aid, even the Nordic European countries, because of the geopolitical realities and the incentives or, realities that they have to put more budgets into military buildups and so on. The budgets for development aid are in a downward trend, unfortunately. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Grenada. I hope you got something great. Thank you so much. At this time, we kindly invite you all as delegates to break for coffee. And just a reminder that when we come back, we will be able to raise issues that have not been on the agenda. So think about that while you're snacking and having your coffee. And then we'll have short presentations from the resident coordinators from Barbados, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago. So just a reminder, that's what the next session will be. And I just want, let me check my watch here. We will return at 4:30 p.m. 4:30 p.m. Just gonna ask everybody to come back in. Thank you so much. All right? Enjoy your coffee.
Santa walking up. Everything he brings. When believe that he must never think. You bring out his own, bring out the bailout. Bring out the dashing and the bacalao. We drinking stirring ginger beer whiskey. Felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, Feliz Navidad, próspero año y felicidad. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish
wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Yeah, yeah. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bright was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank and started playing. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, the story I must tell. I went out on the snow, and on my back I fell. A gent was riding by in a one-horse open sleigh. He laughed at their sprawling life, but quickly drove away. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. The ground is white. Go it while you're young. Take the girls tonight and sing this sleighing song. Just get a bobtail babe, 240 as his speed. Hitch him to an open door, he'll take the lead. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. Ooh. Found a real love, you'll never fool me again. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. I'll give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. tears. I'll give it to someone special. Taste of a lover with a fire in his heart. A man undercover, but you tore him apart. Maybe next year I'll give it to someone. I'll give it to someone special. Special. Someone, I'll give it to someone special. Who gives something rich? I'll give it to someone, hold my heart and watch it burn. I'll give it to someone. Give it to someone. Give it to someone special. To here to stay. How could you love me all the day? I thought you were someone special. Give you my heart. Give it to someone. Give it to someone. La 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 la. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now bring us some figgy pudding. Now bring us some figgy pudding. Now bring us some figgy pudding and bring some out here. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. For we all like piggy pudding. We all like piggy pudding. We all like piggy pudding. So bring some out there. Good tidings we bring to you. And we won't go until we've got some. We won't go until we've got some. We won't go until we've got some. So bring some out here. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. We wish you a Merry Christmas. But you do. You a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings to you wherever you are. Good tidings at Christmas and a Happy New Year. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding. Oh, bring us some figgy pudding and bring it right here. Good tidings to you wherever you are. Good tidings at Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we won't go until we've got some. And we won't go until we've got some. And we won't go until we've got some. So bring some out here. Good tidings we bring. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy New It's the season for music. It's the season for music and a time of good cheer. Good times. Good times for Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Good tidings to you wherever you are. Good tidings at Christmas and a happy New Year. Now bring us some figgy pudding. Now bring us some figgy pudding. Now bring us some figgy pudding and bring it right there. Good tidings to you wherever you are. Good tidings at Christmas and a happy New Year. Now bring some tea and breakfast. Now bring some tea and breakfast. Now bring some tea and breakfast and bring it right here. Good tidings to you wherever you are. Good tidings, Christmas and a happy New Year. Christmas time is coming. Christmas time is coming. Christmas time is coming. It soon will be here. Good tidings to you. Christmas and a happy New Year. La 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 la.
Jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chime in jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go riding in a one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet, jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling feet. That's the Jingle Bell Rock. Jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chime in Jingle Bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air. What a bright time, it's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is a swell time to go riding in a one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet, jingle around the clock. Mix and a mingle in the jingling feet. That's the Jingle Bell Rock. That's the Jingle Bell Rock. That's the Jingle Bell.
in all our trials, born to be our friends. He taught us to love one another. His love is love, and His gospel is peace. Chains shall He break, for the slave is our brother. And in His name all oppression shall cease. Sweet hymns of joy in grateful chorus raise we. Let all within us praise His holy name.
Yeah. So this is Christmas, and what have you done? Another year over, and a new one just begun. And so this is Christmas. I hope you had fun. Been hearing the dear ones, the old and the young. And a happy new year. Let's all be together without any fear. And so this is Christmas. Oh, we can pull strong. The rich and the poor ones. The road is so long. And so happy Christmas. The black and white. The yellow and red ones. Let's stop all the bad. A very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Let's hope it's a good one without any fear. And so this is Christmas. And what have we done? Another year over, and a new one just begun. And so happy Christmas. We hope you have fun. And hearing the dear ones, the old and the young. A very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Let's hope it's a good one without any fear. Oh, war is over. So if you want it, war is over. So Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas. La-la-la. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought me some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying. And my dear, we're still goodbying.
But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go,
Let it snow, let it snow.
and the fire is slowly dying,
And my dear, we're still goodbying.
but as long as you love me so, let it snow, 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 let it snow. I'll have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same. If we don't have you.
When Richmond and what gets here. I see it. Our Richmond people are the Christmas. People fighting my hands here. We want to go on this. We will help. We go sometimes.
Oh, the moment still was for the best friend. Now there would be of joy and let.
I just want us all to regather, please. There's a change to the agenda. Okay, thank you so much. Just a quick little change to the agenda. The ambassador from Antigua and Barbuda, I'm going to move that item up on the agenda. So the session called Date and Venue of the 31st Session of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. We're going to move that up a bit to facilitate the ambassador leaving early. If he decides to leave early. You notice I'm saying if. but, you know. So, welcome back to this session and thank you to the resident coordinators who have agreed to just allow us to facilitate Antigua and Barbuda now instead of, Ambassador, I don't know if you want to come up here or you're comfortable there, but I would love you next to me up here. That would really make me happy. Yes. Bahamas don't get involved in the matters. Boy, you are related to everybody. Yes, but please join us up here, Ambassador. And I want to thank you all for coming back to this session. While we just wrap up, we're on the last leg, and that is where we tend to lose people, but so far, so good. So thank you, Ambassador. Yeah, no problem at all. So in accordance with Article 10 of the Constituent Declaration of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, the chair of the sessions shall follow the principle of rotation among the member countries in the English alphabetical order of their names. The rotation of the chair therefore moves to Antigua and Barbuda for the 31st session of the committee in 2026. See, I'm giving them time to change the tags and all of that movement that is going on. And at this point, let me give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Walton Aubrey Webson, Permanent Representative to the United Nations of Antigua and Barbuda, to indicate whether his government is ready to assume the responsibilities of chair of the CDCC for the next biennium. But before he responds, let me just ask, what if somebody says no?
Next, alphabet vote.
Okay, so there is a solution in case he said no, so you are free to say no.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you very much. Indeed, you certainly keep the group alive once you're sitting in this chair. So thank you so much. Colleagues, Honorable Minister, I believe he is busy in Parliament or in the Senate, but I acknowledge his presence with us all week, or for the last couple of days, feels like a week. Chair, Executive Director Jose Salazar, distinguished members and friends, representatives of the Diplomatic Corps, members of ECLAC staff, and others. It is indeed an honor, and for me, a privilege to inform this group and advise you that the government of Antigua and Barbuda is indeed pleased and extremely delighted to be asked to chair this meeting of the CDCC group. We welcome the opportunity to be your next chair, 2026, and look forward to chairing the sessions that we would have and leading the group in that period. My government acknowledges with honor and deep appreciation your trust, and to ECLAC and to you, colleagues, on behalf of the government of Antigua and Barbuda, we say thank you for entrusting us with the responsibility to chair the group in 2026. 26. And you will all be welcome to Antigua. So get your bags packed and your swimsuits. Thank you very much.
I thank Dr. Webson for his statement and for the commitment of his government to assume the chairmanship of the CDCC at its 31st session in 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, I say on your behalf, we look forward to meeting in Antigua and Barbuda for the next meeting of the CDCC. Congratulations to Antigua and Barbuda. We will await the confirmation of dates for the meeting following consultations with the Secretariat and the government of Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to it.
So, we take this opportunity to invite you delegates to raise any issues which were not raised in the previous discussions. Is there anything at all? And can you please check online for me if there's anyone online who wants to make an intervention at this point? Members, associate members, anyone? International and regional organizations, are there any contributions? Anything from online? No? All right. I like when we're moving along. So thank you all so much. I would take it that ECLAC has done a good job of raising all the issues because there are no new issues. No new issues. All right. I would like to welcome the resident coordinator for Guyana and for Trinidad and Tobago. Can you please join us here? So we'll now move to presentations from our resident coordinators who will brief us on the work of their respective offices. So while they're coming and getting settled, does everyone in this room know who are resident coordinators? There's no shame in raising your hand and saying, I do not know. None whatsoever. Is there anyone who do not know who are resident coordinators? Just happen to be 2 women, but the system is filled with a lot of men. Let us. 50-50. It's 50-50 now? Wow. Nice. Nice. So everybody's clear that the resident coordinators belong to the United Nations system. And I want to welcome you both and thank you for agreeing to do this today. And Ms. Camus, I'm going to go with you first. So Ms. Camus is a resident coordinator for Guyana, and she's going to give us an overview of the work being done in Guyana. And Ms. Camus, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Excellency. This opportunity to share with this meeting what the resident coordinator in Guyana has done in the context of the meeting that we've had here for the last 2 days. It's a privilege to take the floor today to reflect on the important work being carried out by the United Nations resident coordinator in Guyana and to situate that work within the broader framework of South-South cooperation and Caribbean development. The resident coordinator in Guyana has been instrumental in ensuring that the United Nations cooperation framework is not just a document, but a living mechanism that aligns national priorities with international support. In addition, the resident coordinator works to strengthen coordination among UN agencies, ensuring cohesion and avoiding duplication, facilitates dialogue between government, civil society, and development partners, creating a platform where diverse voices contribute to Guyana's development trajectory. Importantly, the resident coordinator embeds South-South cooperation in this framework, recognizing that Guyana's future is tied not only to traditional partners, solidarity, and shared experiences of countries across the global south. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Guyana benefits significantly from partnerships with some of the countries that have spoken here in the last 2 days, bearing testimony to the rewards and benefits from South-South cooperation. For example, with Brazil, who is an immediate neighbor to Guyana, technical cooperation in agriculture, energy, and health, drawing on shared Amazonian and tropical experiences. With India, capacity building in ICT, education, health, and renewable energy, with scholarships and technology transfer. While with Mexico, collaboration in disaster risk reduction, cultural exchange, and institutional strengthening. With China, infrastructure development, investment in energy, and support for trade and connectivity. It would be worthwhile to mention the recent CARICOM Africa Union Summit held in Addis Ababa in September 2025. An important initiative that promotes South-South cooperation through several key aspects. For example, leveraging shared historical and cultural ties, including diaspora connections, to strengthen collaboration, enhancing economic partnerships by boosting trade, investment, and economic integration between the two regions. Facilitating technology, transfer, and innovation exchange to support development. Collaborating on joint initiatives addressing food security and climate change for sustainable progress. And lastly, emphasizing inclusive, people-centered engagement involving youth, women, and marginalized groups. Strengthening institutional linkages and interregional cooperation frameworks, also to foster policy dialogue. There's mention in this meeting of Afrexim Bank in the deliberations to show and demonstrate an example of South-South cooperation. Afrexim Bank aims to create a bridge between Africa and the Caribbean, recognizing shared historical and cultural connections. In Guyana, the bank has offered support for small and medium enterprises in the local content service provision in the extractives industry to diversify the economy and to create sustainable growth. Guyana's story is inseparable from that of her Caribbean sister states. I acknowledge the contribution that previous speakers have made about the shared common experience of countries in the Caribbean and small island developing countries. As a small island developing state, Guyana faces acute vulnerabilities, climate change, rising sea levels, and extreme weather events that threaten lives and livelihoods. Despite Guyana's rapid economic growth and the transition toward high-income status, inequality and poverty persist. Issues that are central to the government of Guyana's priorities and which the UN in Guyana is supporting the government to address. I'd like to highlight an example of mutual benefit between Guyana and Brazil that speaks to the benefit of South-South cooperation. As stated by the minister yesterday, Minister for Economic Affairs and Development of Trinidad and Tobago, Kennedy Swata Singh, countries must come to South-South cooperation in confidence. And these two countries did exactly that in the preparation to the COP30. In this example, the focus of the UN in Guyana co-hosted a high-level forum with the Embassy of Brazil and the government of Guyana. The focus of the forum was on climate sustainability milestones, Brazil's climate initiatives, and preparations for COP30 in Brazil. The session reinforced Guyana's role in climate diplomacy and advanced experience in implementation programs under the REDD+, such as monetizing forest conservation and other climate strategies, while Brazil, as host of COP30, elevated diplomatic climate leadership and spoke to the forest protection financial mechanisms that was launched to support monetization of forests, emphasizing conservation and protection. This was a learning opportunity for the two countries, facilitated by the UN Resident Coordinator's Office. In conclusion, the work of the UN Resident Coordinator in Guyana exemplifies the power of coordination, partnerships, and vision. By aligning the cooperation framework with South-South cooperation, the Resident Coordinator ensures that Guyana's development is not pursued in isolation, but in solidarity with partners across the Global South and with sister states in the Caribbean. This is the essence of multilateralism, building bridges, sharing solutions, and ensuring that as Guyana rises, it does so inclusively, sustainably, and in partnerships with others. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Camus, for sharing that overview. I would like to now invite the resident coordinator for Trinidad and Tobago, Aruba, Curacao, and St. Martin, Ms. Joanna Kazana. Ms. Kazana, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from ECLAC. I'm delighted to be here in my capacity of the resident coordinator for the countries that you've mentioned, also resident coordinator in Suriname. And this past year, I was also chairing our regional steering committee that works on implementation of the multi-country cooperation framework for the Caribbean. Many of you will be participating tomorrow in our annual coordination meeting. But for the benefit of the broader ECLAC membership, I'm really happy and grateful for the opportunity to present to you a couple of points that I bring back from our global retreat that we had in New York as resident coordinators. Do so once a year, and in which we benefited from the guidance from the member states who are putting a lot of expectations on the resident coordinator system in moving forward both the development system reform in a continued effort to strengthen the UN system coherence, but also in moving forward the UN 80. And also, if I have time, I will say a few words about our evaluation of the multi-country cooperation framework and effectiveness of our cooperation in the UN system. And the multi-country analysis and the new way of looking at development issues across the Caribbean region. So as you know, the UN system is based on a number of specialized UN agencies, and I will just go through the list for you to realize how many of us specialized entities are contributing to the development in the Caribbean region. Everybody is familiar with UNDP, UNICEF, UNFPA. You know also that we have a new office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights that has just established its presence in the Bahamas. We have a robust presence of ILO, PAHO WHO. Of course, ECLAC is an important member of the UN family. We also have agencies working on humanitarian issues such as UNHCR, UN Women, WFP, IOM, UN Office on Drugs and Crime, and also agencies specializing in environment, UNEP, for instance, UN Disaster Risk Reduction. We have UNESCO team working out of Jamaica. We have UNAIDS, which is sunsetting and will no longer be present as they were in the past in our UN country team. We have a presence of UN Office on Disarmament Affairs, working on guns and violence issues. Of course, we have also a robust presence of FAO. We have a robust cooperation with UNCTAD out of Geneva and a couple of team members on technical projects. We have also UN Office on Project Services and IFAD as an official member of this multi-country cooperation framework. As extended UN country team, we work closely with the World Bank and with the IMF on a case-by-case basis in the countries which extend cooperation to those organizations as well. So it's a big UN family. My job is to coordinate at the country level. Our jobs, respective resident coordinators, are to coordinate the UN system on the country level. If you look at the numbers and how much assistance goes through the UN, in 2024, the UN agencies that I just listed delivered about $200 million to the countries covered by the cooperation framework. Now, how the system is changing, we already started speaking about it in the session before, and I think that what's really important is to look forward. The UN system is not going to look the same 5 years down the road. This is clear and this is for sure. The UN as such is changing, but also the nature of cooperation in the small island developing states is also changing. What I want to share with you is the readout of what the member states were telling us last week. On the 2nd and 3rd of December, the UN Deputy Secretary General and the Development Coordination Office in New York have held open dialogue with the member states about the UN system coherence and the need to ensure a more effective support to the acceleration of the SDGs. This is our priority number one: accelerate, accelerate, accelerate progress towards SDGs. And what are the key messages from that dialogue? First of all, member states strongly support a more empowered and better resource RC system. You know that in 2019, the RC system was, reformed. We were disconnected from UNDP to be an independent leading voice on behalf of the system, not representing any specific UN agency, but representing the whole capacity of the UN system. Across all regions, governments agree that the resident coordinator system is the entry point for accessing the UN system support. And they expect the resident coordinators to lead more coherent, more streamlined UN country teams that can respond to faster and more effective response to national priorities. Donor coordination and partnerships building is a very important function of every RC office. We have partnership officers, and we have the capacity to build partnerships not only with the traditional donors, but also broker partnerships for the development of cooperation with the private sector. Second point that's very strong when it comes to the expectations of our member states, and that's both donors and the program countries, is that the UN reform, including the UN80, will simplify coordination and will tailor UN support to each of the country's needs. Governments are emphasizing that reforms must not result in a one-size-fits-all solution. Instead, our offices, RC offices, and UN country teams will be calibrated to match each country's size and needs and vulnerability profile. And also, special attention will be paid to the needs of the small island developing states. Third point that the member states have shared with us is the guidance on ensuring predictable and pooled funding, which is really essential for stronger and more integrated UN system support. Member states are reaffirming that stable RC funding and development system funding as a whole, largely through assessed contributions. Assessed contributions means core budget of the UN system. And expanded pooled funding, thematic funding, for instance, through the joint SDG fund, which is one of the examples of pooled funds, will allow to avoid or reduce fragmentation of the UN system, enhance joint programming, and deliver more cost-efficient and coherent results. So you're asking us to work more closely together, do more joint programming, and coordinate our work planning. We have instruments for that at the country level. Every year we produce annual results report to account for what we are doing. And also we have country implementation plans and joint national steering committees at the country level and at the regional level, where we have full opportunity, robust opportunity for strategic planning. We need your input. We need member states to tell us what to prioritize and how to avoid overlaps. In case you see those overlaps and UN system doing, through different UN agencies, the same thing, or repeating the same program that was completed 5 years ago, which is also often happening. Governments expect the UN to provide deeper technical expertise. That's really important. And here is where I want to stress the importance of coordinating very closely with ECLAC. UN agencies, in terms of our analytical work, in terms of our strategic assessments, in terms of focusing on the true areas where acceleration of progress is needed, rely heavily on ECLAC. And I hope that in the next cooperation framework, ECLAC is going to be a full-fledged signatory of the multi-country cooperation framework for the Caribbean, which was not the case in the past. So we did a lot of coordination sort of voluntarily, but we will need ECLAC membership to support ECLAC secretariats participation and contribution to the joint reporting as well. We have a robust UN info system, and we have analytical tools that allow us to present totality of what the UN system is doing in a coordinated manner. Member states are asking the UN to be aligned in terms of planning cycles and programming tools, all of the country program documents, and the validity of the need to have a separate agency-specific country program is being reconsidered by our executive bodies. And of course, this is a complicated issue because each of the executive bodies is responsible for the accountability systems, etc. And you have to have a legal framework that allows you to allocate resources based on the agreed priorities in your specific area of expertise. But if we have a cooperation framework. And if we have country implementation plans, the same checks and balances and the same legal framework is also in place. So we are advocating for a considered and gradual shift of priority towards multi-country cooperation framework or at the country level cooperation framework in cases of bigger countries. And then agencies will consider whether it's absolutely necessary for them to have individual country programs. Finally, I want to say that follow-up, of course, is needed to clarify exact details of what will happen in the implementation of the UN 80 reform, especially on the regional level, and the issue of UN city configuration and scaling of the pooled funding. Governments are asking us to work hard and provide clarity on how the UN 80 is going to affect UN presence in each country. We don't have the answer to this yet. It's a beginning of a process, and it's a very complex process, as the Executive Secretary has flagged before. But we want to engage with you, and we want to tailor the UN country level capacities to exactly the ask of the national partners. So for instance, in the Caribbean context, I will give you an example. As resident coordinators, we are asking agencies which have a lot of cooperation and a very relevant mandate to deploy capacity to the Caribbean. And one case in point, which we expect to be met with the offer, is UNODC, Office on Drugs and Crime. We have one person in the Caribbean. And I expect the donors to also hear it, so I'm going to make this point very publicly. It cannot be the case that the region, which is so challenged with crime and corruption or other issues connected with organized, with violence, is benefiting only from one full-time person from the Office on Drugs and Crime. So these are the things that are going to be a matter of careful consideration in the context of national priorities, and hopefully by realigning the UN system capacities, we are going to be more effective in addressing the needs. Over the next couple of days, we will be discussing the role of the resident coordinators and how we can anchor this very concrete offer, focusing on the SIDS priorities in this region. As you know, we have a relatively lean system in this region, delivering results in critical areas such as climate resilience and hurricane recovery. We can talk about it tomorrow when we present the regional report. But I think what will be very important for us is to really be better at leveraging regional platforms. That's why collaboration with ECLAC is really representing a huge opportunity for us, and ensuring full transparency and accountability of how the UN system is investing and spending resources at the country level and at the regional level. And hearing you, how the UN system can do a better job to deliver on the expectations by the member states. So I look forward to seeing those of you who are going to stay on for the annual coordination meeting tomorrow. We'll be presenting there the report that I already mentioned. We'll be presenting to you how the UN strategy for the future is going to be aligned with ABAS, which is the central element of strategic priority in the Caribbean. And we are also going to present to you our evaluation of the ongoing program. Thank you very much for the opportunity to flag some of these messages, and I look forward to our discussion moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I just want to take the opportunity to apologize for the resident coordinator based in Barbados. He was supposed to be joining us virtually, but due to circumstances beyond his control, he's unable to join us at this time. Are there any questions, though, for these two resident coordinators? Even if they do not cover your country, I would take the opportunity to still ask them any question, if you have any questions in mind. Grenada? Should have to push the button.
Thank Grenada?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I really want to thank both resident coordinators to share. The reason is that, for one, I came in a double capacity. I'm also the focal point for Grenada for the MSCDF framework. However, I have a real Caribbean challenge in that I have so many hats, so I will leave tonight to join the CARICOM Development Fund Board tomorrow in Barbados, of which I'm the director for Grenada. But we have a representative, the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance will support the meeting tomorrow. But I really want to thank you because the framework for 2022 to 2026 is coming to an end. And with the presentation of the Executive Secretary highlighting to us the real realities of what we face in the space working with you, I think that this conversation is very timely and that we look forward to what we hope for as the best scenario is that the strategic priorities will not change significantly. And if they do, that we continue to find alternative ways to make it happen because most of us in the region would have invest a lot of energy and technical assistance, with your help already in what is hoping. So we're looking forward, although I will not be there, but I really want to take this opportunity to thank you and to say that the organization of the annual coordination meeting with focal points should continue because that is the only time we really see each other. And it is the only time we can share best practices and learn from each other. So even with a limited budget, we look forward to it. I want to plug that in as I will not be. And secondly, to say that on behalf of the government and people of Grenada, having the framework really give us a focused attention on how we can work together as a region. And in all the meetings I attended, the single statement that remained is leaving no one behind. And we want to thank you for that because it is linked to our National Sustainable Development Plan for 2035, and it is linked to what our Prime Minister, Honorable Deacon Mitchell, called Vision 75, when Grenada celebrated the 50th independence anniversary. 50 years from now, where will we be? We want to reiterate that we endorse the principle of leaving no one behind. And I really want to thank you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Grenada. Any other countries with any intervention or any of the other organizations in the room? Or is there anyone online who need to speak? No online. All right. Well, thank you, ladies, so much for your contributions to this event. Your presentations were thorough, and I am most happy as a member of the UN family myself to feel as though the work of the resident coordinators continue. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on, and it seems as though we can make it through to end at the time that we thought. I want to first apologize for the fact that Minister Swarat Singh will not make it back. There is someone who will speak on his behalf. You can stay with me. It adds warmth to the room. Yeah. So we're going to move right now into Mr. Salazar speaking. Mr. Salazar, the floor is yours. You'll go over there. Thank you. He's taking away some of my warmth, but that's okay.
Okay, well, thank you very, very much. Distinguished ministers, excellencies, permanent secretaries, representatives of member states and associate members, colleagues from the United Nations and the international development community, and all the colleagues in the room. We reached 2 days of very intensive and productive dialogue and interventions. My profound appreciation to all the presenters and to all the distinguished delegates for your contributions, your analysis, and your proposals. My special acknowledgement to the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and especially to Senator the Honorable Dr. Kennedy Swarat Singh for welcoming us to Port of Spain and chairing these sessions with commitment and vision. My special word of thanks also to Benito Willie, who is not anymore with us, but for both his contributions and his chairmanship of most sessions in these 2 days. Thank you also to the other vice presidents for the chairing and for the contributions at this CDCC. My congratulations to the government of Antigua and Barbuda in the person of distinguished Ambassador Walton Webson, permanent representative of to the United Nations. I'd like to be very short in these final remarks. We have had two very intense and long days. What are the main takeaways from this dialogue? Let me suggest a few that I think are important. First, the work we have done here today, the ideas that we have discussed, the experiences that we have shared, and the pathways that we have mapped are indispensable inputs to addressing the development challenges of the region. They give meaning and life to the agenda before us. That's the first point. Second, it became clear throughout the discussions that a great service from the CDCC would be to support more South-South cooperation, particularly with Latin American countries. And I take note of your request to ECLAC to support you in this objective. Third, seeds share many common characteristics. One of them is a small size. The small size has traditionally been seen in the development economics literature as associated with very unique challenges, even obstacles to development, such as the high costs, given the difficulties to take advantage of economies of scale. However, I think there are two corrections or qualifications that needed to be done in this conventional wisdom or view. First, with the technological revolutions, in particular the digital and now the AI revolution, economies of scale in modern services are huge, potentially much larger than the classic economies of scale in manufacturing that justify the policies about industrialization. And if you have the right internet connectivity, tradability is much higher and cheaper than trading goods, trade of services. This means that it is important for small cities to look carefully and prioritize modern services in their exports and growth strategies. ECLAC stands ready to help you in this endeavor if you so wish. And we're doing quite a bit of work on that and already have supported two Latin American countries in their strategies for the export of modern services. Second, smallness might be a disadvantage in certain dimensions, but being small and nimble, and I said this yesterday, as was reiterated several times in this meeting, might also be an advantage in today's fast-moving world. Your region is also defined by creativity and adaptability. The Caribbean is a coalition of small states with bold visions that has often transcended the small size to shape global diplomacy, drive innovation, and enrich culture. You are states with a history of turning adversity into opportunity, providing that influence is not measured by territory, proving that influence is not measured by territory, but by the strength of ideas and the resilience of your people. The question, therefore, is not whether the Caribbean has potential, but rather the title of this seminar, of these 2 days, how to unlock it collectively. This attitude, this conviction is the third takeaway that emerges clearly from the discussions in these 2 days. The fourth takeaway is that we covered a lot of ground, from the challenge of economic growth and transformation to the related one of creating good jobs and decent jobs, from the issue of high debt to debt service to the deep vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, to climate impacts and the need to build resilience, and from the social education and health challenges to the vocational training issues and the statistical challenges. Given this wide range of issues and challenges, I think it will be important to prioritize some activities for the next few years, certainly for next year, as clearly we cannot cover all the areas. And this was also very much the reflection, and I agree 100% from the Honorable Minister yesterday. So I think some issues emerge as clear priorities. Financing remains, of course, an existential challenge. Without access to adequate, affordable, and predictable finance, the Caribbean cannot invest in renewable energy, climate resilience, human capital, digital infrastructure, etc. A specific financing challenge is that the Caribbean nations are frequently deemed too rich for concessional grants and soft loans. This graduation methodology is a barrier to access finance, and this is an issue that has entered the international discussion. And there's a paragraph in in this respect in the Seville commitment. This is another issue in which ECLAC can work with all of you as part of our work in the financing for development challenges. Data and statistics are foundational to development. The discussions highlighted that without high-quality data, we cannot design effective policies, measure poverty, adequately negotiate financing, et cetera, et cetera. So that's another, I think, area for, of priority. Third, climate change remains the single greatest threat to Caribbean development. South-South cooperation can be a practical vehicle for shared climate adaptation strategies, implementation, warning systems, et cetera, et cetera. Fourth, productive development policies and diversification of both products and markets is essential. Modern productive development policies need to develop sectorial productivity and competitiveness agendas and to leverage the different types of capital in this region to achieve resilience and prosperity, as it is indeed a central objective of the SEED's ABAS. Promising sectors in the Caribbean include the digital transformation, modern services, creative industries, agriculture, energy transition, transportation, life sciences, medical devices, and pharmaceutical, among many others. It's really up to you to define the priority sectors with potential. It is essential for Caribbean SEEDs to develop new growth and development strategy with dynamizing sectors such as these or others at the center. ECLAC is working strongly, as you know, in a new generation of productive development policies for Latin American and Caribbean countries. We will be more than happy to respond positively to requests to support you in these topics. South-South cooperation can accelerate this work by linking Caribbean small states with countries that have successful experiences in these sectors. I remember 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 30 years ago, we all look at the successful experience of Asian countries, of Finland, or it was always abroad. Now there are a lot of successful experiences in Latin America and the Caribbean. We can learn from ourselves and not just try to import the Finnish model, for instance, which is very difficult. And the fifth is integration. Integration strengthens all of us, whether through the CDCC, CARICOM, OECS, ACS, integration and cooperation, or bilateral partnerships. Caribbean cooperation is necessary, not optional. The work ahead requires deeper alignment, more coordinated advocacy, and a shared voice in global forums. So, dear delegates, for 50 years, the CDCC has provided the Caribbean with a platform to articulate shared priorities, coordinate policy actions, elevate Caribbean concerns within the United Nations systems and in many fora. The CDCC has consistently created space for shaping of regional positions on issues of global significance. The CDCC legacy is long, but its future is even more important. As we approach 2026, when Antigua and Barbuda will assume the chair under the rotational principle, we are reminded that leadership within the CDCC is a shared responsibility, one that requires continuity, commitment, and cooperation across administrations and generations. And let me make a final point that was done already in these 2 days. Unlocking Caribbean potential cannot be achieved through conversation alone. It requires concrete commitments, political and technical leadership, innovative financing, regional solidarity, policy coherence. In terms of action, we must institutionalize South-South cooperation across Caribbean development planning. I think this is new. This is really a new direction. We must scale up regional centers of excellence. We must strengthen statistical capacity and data governance. We must advance a unified approach to climate and development finance. We must work together in productive development policies and diversification. And we must ensure that CDCC remains at the center of regional development dialogue. Finally, I want to thank Miosotes Rivas Peña of ECLAC, the director of our ECLAC regional office in the Caribbean, and all the ECLAC team who worked very hard in preparing this meeting. Thank you very much. Thanks to the translators, thanks to the colleagues in the United Nations. A very special, again, word of thanks to our wonderful hosts, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and particularly to Senator, the Honorable Kennedy Swarat Singh, for his excellent preparations, arrangements in these 2 days, and also his interventions in this forum. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, a big thanks to all of you for your commitment, for your contributions. Let us continue working together across ministries, across borders, and across sectors to build a Caribbean that is prosperous, resilient, sustainable, and empowered to shape its own destiny. Thank you, and I look forward to continuing our work together. Let me say something. I am from Costa Rica. I am Caribbean. I feel very Caribbean. You know, we have a Caribbean coast in Costa Rica, which is like being in any of your countries and your islands. So I feel totally at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salazar, and we welcome you as well as a member of the Caribbean. There is no doubt. Now it gives me great pleasure to invite Candice Ramsaran, Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, Trinidad and Tobago, to have the final few words. She's representing the minister this evening, and she's asked to do it from where she is because she doesn't want to add to her warmth up here. So please go right ahead, Ms. Ramsaran.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Chair. It is indeed an esteemed pleasure and privilege for me to share these words of appreciation on the closure of this session today on behalf of the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, who unfortunately, due to matters of state, is not able to be here at this time. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I would like to state our pride in being the hosts and chair of the 30th session of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee over the past 2 years. Our collaboration and partnership with ECLAC has been fruitful, and we look forward to continued cooperation with regard to the trajectory of regional development. We take this opportunity to once again congratulate our allies ECLAC on the CDCC on the 50th anniversary, and wish the organization and its members many, many more years of service and support to the region's growth. Congratulations are also in order to our friends and our colleagues, Antigua and Barbuda, for accepting the chairmanship of the 31st session of the CDCC. And we look forward to working with you in the advancement of the region. To you, the delegates, thank you for being graceful recipients and gracious recipients of our hospitality. We look forward to continued efforts in all spheres of our work plan as we echo the voices of our region's people. Again, we thank Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinac and the team at ECLAC, and particularly Director Miosotis. I congratulate you on your very hard work in all that you do, and especially in convening these meetings over the past 2 days. And we salute also the hard work of the sub-regional office, your team members. We also recognize at this time the dedicated team from the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, whose unwavering support for this event is certainly an ingredient that explains its success. So your efforts are always well appreciated. I recognize the resident coordinators, and we thank them for their support to the region. Let us now take the thoughts and deliberations from these sessions and be the champions of their manifestations throughout our territories, our respective homes. At this time, delegates, I thank you all for your inspiration, your wisdom, your words of advice, your words of collaboration, cooperation, multilateralism, solidarity, expressed over the past 2 days. And I wish you all a safe return as you journey to your respective destinations. I take this opportunity to wish you season's greetings, a very Merry Christmas and a productive and blessed 2026 as we carry out our respective duties. Farewell at this time, and Godspeed to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Did that just warm your hearts the way it warmed mine? It was really, thank you so much to you, Madam. And I don't need to say thanks again because I think that has done it well and there's no way for us to top that at all. I just though want us to give a rounding applause to the ECLAC team sitting over there. Thank you all so much. Can you please all just stand so we can acknowledge you? The row over there, that man. Let's keep the applause going. Yes. Please stand for me. And the persons in there in the back of the booth, I don't know where you're from, but those gentlemen still sitting. And the persons over here from the ministry, can you please stand? You deserve a round of applause. Can I ask you please to stand? And of course, the interpreters, we can't see you, but we want to say thank you. Because I don't speak Spanish, and if you weren't here, I'd be lost. So thank you all so much. You can be seated. It has really been a pleasure, and I just want to remind everyone that the draft reports from the rapporteurs will be circulated for review by member states and associate members. Please respond when you get the email. But please respond when you get that email because they really need your feedback in order to close off on it. And I want to thank each and every person and every country for their contributions. And I want to thank you for your attention and your participation. And I now declare the 22nd meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the CDCC officially closed. Enjoy. Thank you so much. But you're free to go, just in case. Thank you.
Yes, and for the ECLAC staff, we're going to meet in that area, coffee break area. ECLAC staff. Okay.
So not the members, just the staff.
We miss you. We miss you. We miss you. Christmas and happy New Year. We miss you.